anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution,
No, Your Honor, thanks.
defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the, still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. We would call Dakota Lowry to the stand.
All right, Mr. Lowry, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little farther forward.
Just go right in the middle of the court.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota Lowry, DAKOTALOWRY,
And where do you live, Dakota?
Lumberton, North Carolina.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now?
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in that back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Lowry, you going to be okay? Need a few minutes?
Yes, I just want to get this over with.
Okay. Here's the way that the process works is that I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that. But we have to have the jury in here, and you're going to be subject to questioning by the prosecution and then by your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that? Okay. Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It's an emotional case. I get that. But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
And with the court's permission, can I just ask some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult for you, okay? But I really want you to focus on me, and I know your wife's here as well. And I'm just gonna ask you some questions and we'll get through this, okay? But it's important that you gotta kind of keep your cool,
Okay.
all right? Can you do that?
I'm gonna try my best. I can't make no promises, but I try my best.
And I appreciate that. I know it's difficult for you here, but we'll get through this, okay? And if you need a break, just let us know. If you feel something coming up where you want to have an outburst, do the best you can and let us know, and perhaps the court, we can take another break, okay? Is that fair?
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. Do we have the other camera? All rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowry, this is your first time being in the courtroom ever, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're probably extremely nervous.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna get through this, okay? I'm just gonna ask you some questions and we're gonna have a conversation. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you let the jury know about your other family members, other brothers and sisters, your parents, that kind of thing?
I got another sister. Her name's Julie. I got a sister named Amy. My mom, Deborah. I mean, that's pretty much.
And then
I
it
got my nieces, all my nieces.
What's your niece's name? Do you remember?
Got Harley, Jazz, Kanae, Cash, Maya, Jada.
And is Deborah your mother?
That's my mom. Yeah.
And for the most part, did your family grow up in North Carolina, where you're from, Lumberton, and
Yes, sir.
them still living out there?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Letecia Stauch is your sister,
Yes, sir.
and you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
A green sweater.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When we came down here in 2020.
So January 2020?
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. When you said you came out here, who came out here?
Me, my mom, and my Aunt Brenda.
And what's Brenda's last name?
Akron,
What's your mom's last name?
Locklear.
Why'd you come out here?
We come out here to help support Tisha because we felt like she was being wrongly accused for something that we believe she would never do.
And so I'm sorry, go
We-
ahead.
We also wanted to come out here and help look for him. We did.
Go ahead and take a deep breath, all right? You let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So you wanted to come out and help. You refer to her as Tisha,
Mhm.
and you also wanted to look for Gannon.
Yes, sir.
So do you remember when you came out?
Uh, January 31st, I think. 30th. It was late January. It was about to be February because my mom's birthday was that weekend or something that next week.
And why particularly did you come out?
Because I knew my mom was going to come out here.
Did you wanted to support your mom?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it January 30th of 2020 when you all flew out here?
I believe so.
Where did you fly to? Do you remember?
Denver.
You got to Denver, what did you do?
Went looking for her and Harley.
Rent a car?
Yeah, we rented a car from the airport.
Did your aunt Brenda Awkward rent the car?
Yes, sir.
And did she pay for y'all to come out here?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Lowry, you're kind of soft-spoken at times. Could you put the microphone a little bit closer to you so the jurors can hear you a little better? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
so when you get to Denver, your aunt rents a car. What was the game plan? What were you gonna do?
Get Tisha and Harley, at least two around us.
And did they know you all were coming out?
Yeah.
And so do you recall renting a Nissan Altima?
I think so.
You drive down to Colorado Springs, I assume?
Yeah.
Who was driving? Do you remember? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aunt Brenda.
And so what happens when you get to Colorado Springs? Where do you go?
Like a shopping center. So that's where we found them at.
Were you guys talking to him on your way down?
Yeah, when we was looking for them.
And so would this be a shopping center kind of on the north side of town next to a Marshall's department store?
Yeah, there was a Marshall's there.
And did they tell you why they were, or let me ask you this, did the defendant, Tisha, tell you why they were at the Marshall store?
She didn't tell us why. Not that I can remember.
Did she tell you whether or not she had an interaction with some
Yes.
police officers?
Yes, sir.
And you have to kind of wait till I finish asking the
Oh,
question
yeah.
because
Yeah.
she's typing everything down we say, okay? So what did she tell you happened prior to you getting there?
That the laws had thrown her down and detained her.
Say anything about Harley?
Yes, Harley. They said also Harley.
That upset you?
Yes, it did.
So where did you go after you went to this Marshall's parking lot area to pick them up?
We ain't got a hotel.
And do you remember the name of the hotel?
Uh, No.
Does the extended suites sound familiar?
Yeah, standard suites.
So what happened when you got to the extended suites?
That was when they was discussing wanting to get their stuff back, like get their belongings.
And who was discussing that?
Tisha.
Once you picked up the defendant and her daughter Harley, who was kind of calling the shots as to what you were going to do and where you're going to go and things like that?
I don't really know.
Well,
I'm like Said I'm the type of person that likes to just stand in the corner and wait until they just tell me what they want to do.
You're just there to help.
I'm just there.
So how many rooms did you end up getting at the extended suites?
I can't remember.
Did you
It was-
spend the night there that night?
Yeah,
Do you remember who was in your room?
I know my mom was. I believe Aunt Brenda was with us. I can't remember if we had just one room or two rooms.
Okay. Well, was Harley and your sister, the defendant, in the room with you?
We was around each other most of the time, like all of us was together most of the time.
Okay. And so you mentioned earlier that the defendant was talking about wanting to get her stuff back. What did you do the next morning to do that?
We rented a van,
And who rented the van?
Aunt Brenda.
So Brenda Awkward rents, what kind of van did she rent?
Like a cargo van, I guess you would say.
And so did all of you go to rent the van?
I don't know if all of us went or not. I believe we did.
So it's you, your mother, Deborah, Brenda Awkward, Harley, and the defendant, Tisha. Where do you go?
Mm. I know at one point she tried to go to the police station and get her pocketbook and stuff like that.
Tell the jury about that. Where exactly did she go? And you probably don't know Colorado Springs very well. Right?
Mm.
So did she tell you she's going to the police department? And did you actually go to the police
Yeah,
department?
we went to the police department.
And did she go in to try to get her belongings back that was taken?
Yeah,
in
she
evidence?
did.
You know whether or not she got those items?
I can't remember.
So where do you go from the police department?
I think that's when we went to their house to get their clothes and stuff.
So this would have been January 31st now, 2020,
I believe so.
the next morning.
That that Friday.
So what happens when you get to her house?
We just started loading up the clothes and stuff that's coming out of the house.
Were there police officers there?
Yes, sir.
What were the police officers doing?
They was checking everything we brought out,
How were they checking it?
like looking in the bags and I guess just making sure there wasn't nothing that wasn't supposed to be there.
And how did you feel about being at the residence that morning?
Just aggravated.
And why were you aggravated?
'Cause I felt like we was getting looked at as criminals.
Is that because they were looking at your sister as a criminal?
You know, they was looking at our whole family. It wasn't just her.
And so what kind of things did you guys get out of the house? Do you remember?
Suitcases and clothes, that's all I can remember.
Was it all the Harley's clothes and all of your sister's clothes?
Yes, sir.
What was the game plan? I mean, where were you going to
They
move
got-
these clothes?
They got their dogs too.
What was the plan on where you were going to go with all the clothes and things? You know?
But I know when she got it, she was ready to leave. She was ready to leave.
And did she tell you where she was ready to leave to?
I thought it was South Carolina.
And is that where she moved out to Colorado from, is South Carolina?
I don't think that's where she moved out of Colorado from.
Well, did she live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a while?
Yes, sir.
Is that where she was planning on going back to? Is
That's what I thought.
that what she told you?
That's what I can remember.
So how long did it take to load up all her and Harley's things into this cargo van?
I can't remember. Over an hour, I guess.
So what happened at the van load?
to leave and go back to the room, I believe.
Do you remember whether or not your sister had an interview with a news reporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that come about?
I don't know how that happened. I just know she just had an interview with him.
And what, did she tell you why? I mean, was anybody talking to her about doing this? Or
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't.
whose idea was it to have a interview with a news reporter?
I don't know.
Foundation.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
So when you went to the house, I'm assuming you went in the cargo van. Did you also take the Nissan Altima that was,
Yeah, the Nissan was with us.
who was driving which vehicle?
I think I was driving the van, and I think Brenda was on the Nissan.
And what vehicle was your sister the defendant in?
Say that again.
What vehicle was your sister in, the defendant? Do you remember?
No. I don't remember.
You know, oh, we'll go on to that. So she does an interview with a news reporter. What do you do after that?
I just know we left. I don't remember where we went.
Did you eventually go back to the
We went
hotel?
back, yeah.
And do you remember about what time of day it was?
No.
Go back to the hotel room, and what do you do when you get back to the hotel room?
I know we mentioned something about wanting to go look for him. Because me and my mama, we wanted to go help look for him.
Tell us about that conversation.
Well, we wanted to go. She said she would get up with Albert, find out like when they're going to go out and look for him again or whatever. But we wanted to go, but at the same time, we kind of didn't because we didn't feel like we was getting treated right down here.
Is that because of what happened at the house earlier?
Yeah.
When you first got to Colorado, did you have conversations with your sister about, hey, we got to go out and look for Gannon. We got to go search for him?
We asked if they had any idea where he was at and stuff. I mean, that's about all we asked her.
And did you all ever go search for Gannon?
No, we didn't.
Did she ever say, hey, we got to go look for Gannon?
I mean, she told us that we could. That's all she told us. Like she said, we get up with Al and talk to him about it.
She never did.
Mhm.
When you get back to the hotel room back on January 31st of 2020, did the defendant leave you all and go somewhere by herself?
Yes,
Overruled.
Did she tell you where she was going?
go get some dog food for their dogs.
Do you know what vehicle she took?
The Nissan.
The Altima?
Yes, sir.
And how long was she gone?
Well, I can't remember that. I just know she was gone longer than what I expected.
Was it 2 hours?
I don't know.
You remember sitting around the hotel room wondering where she's at and when she's getting back, that kind of thing?
Well, I did get on the phone with my wife, and I did tell my wife I feel like she's just been gone too long. But
Say that.
because she was gone for a long time, like I can't remember how long she was gone, but I didn't expect her to take that long. But then a part of me was like, well, maybe she's just trying to take her a minute by herself. So
Did anyone try to call her and say, hey, where are you? What's going on here?
no, not that I can remember.
Does she eventually come back?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What happens when she gets back?
I don't know. She came back and she was normal to me.
Did she have any dog food or any items for the dogs?
She had some, she came back with some stuff, like she bought something, but I can't remember.
So earlier you had mentioned that she wanted to go back to South Carolina. What was the plan with the cargo van? Was she going to take the cargo van that Brenda Awkward rented to go back to South Carolina?
I don't know if she was gonna take that one, cause Aunt Brenda wouldn't, I doubt Aunt Brenda was gonna let her. I believe Aunt Brenda told her she had to get another van.
And so the next morning, we're now on February 1st, 2020. Did you help her get a new van?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What did you and your sister do to get a new van?
We went and drove to the budget place. We got another van. And we got the van. We unloaded all the stuff from out of the van into another van, into the other van.
So was that in the early morning hours?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time it was? Is that the first thing you did on February 1st?
I can't remember.
So when you get to the budget area, did you know that you were going to transfer things from one van to another when you got there?
Yeah,
So did you talk about that on the way to the budget rental van?
yeah.
So talk to the jury about that. How did you guys go about doing that? Moving the items from one van to another?
We just went around like to the side of the budget place, and we just backed the vans up and just swapped them out.
During that process, did you see the defendant with a rather large suitcase?
Yes, sir. I seen her with a lot of suitcases. Well, there was a lot of suitcases on there.
Was there one that kind of stood out to you?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. Why did it stand out to you?
Because it looked like she was struggling with it.
You offer to help her?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She didn't need help.
Did you ask her what's in the suitcase?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She told me it was softball stuff.
Why'd you ask her what's in the suitcase?
I didn't feel right about it.
What about that suitcase didn't make you feel right?
I just felt like it was too heavy for her.
You know, at this time, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 48. It's already been admitted into evidence.
Go ahead.
You recognize that suitcase we see on the TV screen?
Yep.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
Look, it's an old suitcase. I remember that suitcase looked old, and it's green.
Is that the suitcase you saw your sister putting into the budget van?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you asked her about what's in it?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you didn't feel right about?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase she told you softball equipment was in?
Yep.
Thank you. Take that down. So what happens after you get everything loaded into the budget van from your aunt's rental van?
At that point, we was ready to go home.
And did you drive Brenda Awkward's van back? And did Miss Stauch, your sister, drive the budget van?
I can't remember if we turned that van in there at that place or if we had to turn it in somewhere else. But I mean, I had to drive one of them because it was just me and her.
So do you eventually turn back? It's an enterprise van, right? Is that where you rented the van that Brenda Awkward
I
rented?
think, yeah.
Did you take that van back?
Yeah, we took it back. I think we took it back later on that day.
And did you take the Nissan Altima back to Denver to catch your flight?
Yep.
What did the defendant tell you where she was going to go?
Only thing I can remember, I don't remember. Only thing I can remember is her saying something about going back to Myrtle Beach.
And did she leave with Harley?
Yeah, her and Harley live.
Did they leave from the hotel?
I can't remember where we split up at. I can't remember where we.
But did your sister have to go back to the hotel to pick up Harley?
Yep. I think so.
And is that the last time you saw your sister until today?
Yep.
How much older is your sister than you?
14 years.
You known her your whole life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an idea about the family background? How often would you see her as you were growing up, that kind of
She
thing?
come to like holidays, came around on holidays.
Where would you guys meet? In North Carolina?
She'd either come down here or go down there, or we might have went to the beach and seen her.
Had you gone to Myrtle Beach on a few occasions to
Yeah,
hang out with Harley?
yeah, me and her. I used to go down there and stay with them. We'd go to the water park, stuff like that on the weekends.
Can you let the jury know who your father is?
James Lowry.
And would that have been your sister's stepfather?
Yes, sir.
Is your dad still alive?
No, sir.
You know when he died?
7th birthday, 2004.
You know the circumstances on how he died?
Got hit by a car.
Was he walking out in the street? And
I don't know if he was. I don't think he was on the street. I think he was on the side of the road.
do you know anything about the relationship between your father and your sister, Letecia Stauch?
No, sir.
Had your sister ever told you anything unusual between the relationship between your father and her?
No, sir.
If there had been something unusual, do you think you would have heard about it?
Objection, foundation. Overruled.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Cause I mean, pretty sure my mom would have said something.
And your mother, Deborah, was she, well, what kind of mom was she?
She was a great mom to me.
What do you say to me?
I'm just saying that I had no problem with my mama.
Was she very
I
protective?
think none of us should have a problem with my mama.
Was she very protective of the kids,
Yes, sir.
including Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
On these occasions that you spent with your sister, did you have an opportunity to see her interact with other people and make decisions and go through everyday life?
Yeah.
Had you ever known her to have a serious mental illness?
I know of. I mean, the only thing we always said she probably had was that she was OCD. That was it.
Is that obsessive compulsive disorder?
Well, we used it as excessive cleaning disorder. Like she had to keep stuff clean.
To the reference of testifies to what he saw and observed, but I'm rejecting him testifying.
That's fair. Mr. Lowry, just talk about what you think as opposed to what all of you thought. So if you think it, it's fine. And just say, this is what I thought based on your contacts with her. Okay. Mr. Young?
You understand that? I mean, you good with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned that she had OCD. Why do you say that?
She liked to keep stuff in a particular spot. She liked to keep everything clean.
But when you're around her, would you make sure that things remain clean? Because she may want to
Yep,
Might say something to you?
yep.
Was she the same with Harley?
She was the same with everybody like that, as far as I know.
Anything unusual about that?
No, that's normal to me.
You know other people like that?
No,
Had you ever known her to use different names or identify herself by a different name?
not that I can remember.
Do you ever remember her referring to herself as a person named Harmony?
I do know she didn't like her name, but I don't remember her calling herself Harmony.
Did she tell you why she didn't like her name?
No,
Do you ever remember her calling herself Jasmine?
no.
And you said you had a niece named Jasmine or Jazz?
Jaslyn,
Sorry.
Jaslyn.
And are you familiar whether or not your sister liked Disney movies?
I believe she did.
And are you familiar with the movie Aladdin?
Yeah,
You familiar with a character named Jasmine in that movie?
yes, sir.
Who's Jasmine in that movie?
The princess.
Do you ever remember her talking in a Spanish accent?
No,
You ever seen her in a stressful situation?
no.
How about when you came to Colorado?
Yeah.
During the entire time you're in Colorado with her, had you ever seen her speak in a Spanish accent?
No,
Have you ever heard her refer to herself as Maria?
no,
Does Maria mean anything to you? That name?
no.
You have an opinion as to whether or not your sister has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Thought she did.
Why do you say that?
She's too smart.
Was your sister a really good athlete as well?
Yes, sir.
What kind of sports did she play?
Softball, basketball, baseball.
Was she more of a leader than a follower?
That's what I thought.
Never see her drive a vehicle, for instance.
Yes, sir.
Did she have the ability to stop at red lights, go when it turns green, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen her, have you witnessed her obey the law?
Yes, sir.
And is that throughout your entire life?
Yeah.
And is that for even when you were in Colorado?
I mean, we didn't ride with her. She didn't really drive around with us, but I mean, she acted funny the whole time we was down here, to be honest.
Tell us about that. Why was she acting funny?
She was, seemed like she was stressed out about everything that was going on, looking over her shoulders. But I figured that was because of the laws was constantly coming after her.
You alluded to this earlier, but she had just been in handcuffs prior to you guys picking her up, right?
Yep.
And do you think that may have caused her to be a little bit paranoid about police following her and things
Yep.
like that? What about her capacity to do things intentionally, perform intentional acts? Let's talk about the budget rental van. Did you see anything unusual about her ability to rent another van to go to South Carolina?
No.
Does she have the capacity to intend to do things?
Yeah.
Does she have the capacity to make decisions and use judgment and reflection in making those decisions?
Yeah.
What did you think when you heard that she pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
I believe that was the only way she did it at that time.
Did what?
What we're here for.
A moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Lowry?
Morning.
And we've met before. Right, you know, you and your mom and everything, out in North Carolina. I want to go back just to the attorney's last question. You indicated she must have been when she did this. And what you're meaning is the Letecia that you know, the only way she could have done something so horrible if she has some type of mental break.
When everything first happened, and we found out that the little boy was found in the body, and we found out where he was found, at that point I knew she did it because when I seen that suitcase and asked her about it, she just acted funny to me. And yeah, I thought she might have snapped and went crazy.
Okay.
But now, no. No.
Okay. And talk Lumberton, you're from Lumberton, North Carolina, correct?
Yep.
And that's kind of a small, how big of Lumberton?
It's not that big.
A pretty small community.
Yeah.
And this case has got a national exposure.
Yep.
And it's got even more kind of exposure, you know, in Lumberton.
Yep.
Press is, you know, picked up and followed this case pretty closely.
Yep.
And over the 3 years since this has happened, this has caused a lot of shame to come upon you and your family.
Yep.
It makes you feel like your own town, look kind of like an outcast,
Yep.
like everybody's looking and judging you,
Yep.
like everybody's looking and judging your mom.
Yep.
And this is all your stepsister's fault.
She's not my stepsister.
You don't,
But
you have different fathers, correct?
I mean, I don't consider that a stepsister. That's half.
Okay. This is all your half sister's fault.
Yes.
And you're angry at her for it.
Yep.
When you were out in Colorado during this time, she was acting different than normal.
Yes, she was.
She was pacing up and down. She seemed highly paranoid.
Yep.
Your mother was concerned for her mental health.
Yep.
Did your mom, Brenda, and you all fly back together?
Yeah, me and my mom and Aunt Brenda.
Okay. You flew out of DIA?
Yeah.
Do you call her during that time in Colorado that you were with her being paranoid and believing there's a black BMW that was following her?
Yeah, she did do that.
Go back. You're actually named after your father? Middle name?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And my grandpa.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch was 16 when she moved out, correct?
I believe.
Okay. So she's 14 years older than you. That would mean you're only 2 years old when she moved out of the house.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you never had any active memories of her with James or how James treated her.
No, sir.
And you said that she would come home from time to time, but she never came back to North Carolina, never came back to Lumberton to see you guys until after James died.
Not that I can't remember.
Okay. You indicated, let's go. I mean, I'm going to get into this. And I know You might not like it, but your dad, James Lowry, did have a drinking problem.
Yes, he did, as far as I know.
You would get drunk and you'd beat the piss out of your mom.
Yeah, as far as I know, yep.
Sometimes it'd be so bad that your mom would have to take all you kids to a hotel room till you sobered up.
Yep.
Sometimes your mom would have to go to work and James be the one watching after you kids. Correct?
Yep.
One time, James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out. Well, they went up to the,
Overruled.
one time James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out.
Yep.
And you were under, so if you passed when you were 7, you would have had been, what, 4, 5, or 6?
When you asked
You
that,
passed out. You remember how old you were?
I was like 3.
Okay. You indicated that, or I think you said before, that she would sometimes freak out if something was out of place.
Yep.
Stauch. And also, do you recall that sometimes when Miss Stauch would come visit you or see you, sometimes she would leave you knives so you'd be able to protect yourself?
Yep, she did do that.
No further questions?
You're right.
Yes, sir, thanks. Tell us a little bit more about your dad. Was he in the armed forces?
Yep.
What branch?
Air Force.
And did he go to war?
I believe he did.
And did that create problems for him?
Yep.
Tell the jury about that. What changed with your dad when he got back from war?
All I know is my mom always told me when he stepped off that plane.
Yeah, sustained. You can talk about what you observed. You can't talk about what somebody else told you. Okay?
I mean, I can't really talk about him because I was 3 when they separated. I was 7 when he died.
That's all right.
Okay. That's okay. It's all right.
Now, earlier we talked about your mom being protective of the kids. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
If something was going on with your dad and the kids, what would your mom do?
She don't play about her kids. Something went on between. I don't know how she did Daddy, but I know if something went on between her and like her ex-boyfriends or whatever, and they wanted to come to us or say something to us, she didn't play about us. She protected us.
She protected you kids? Did she protect herself?
Yep.
Did you ever see her hit your dad?
I don't remember hitting on. I don't remember. I can't remember much of my daddy because I was so young. But I know her boyfriend after my daddy, Greg, he would hit on her, and she would fight him back.
Did you want to be here today to testify?
Nope.
Did you get subpoenaed and that's why you came out here?
Yep.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about insanity or some kind of mental break. And you said initially that's what you thought, but then you said now, no. What did you mean?
You just. I just feel like it's too much got done for you to be saying that now. For her to be saying that.
Well, do you think when she was telling you that there's softball equipment in the suitcase, she knew right from wrong, and she had the capacity to form the intent to do things?
Yep.
Overruled.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Lowry? Like we have one. Counsel, retrieve that question and approach, please. Mr. Lowry, do you remember where the green suitcase was retrieved from when you were getting the defendant's belongings at the house?
No,
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution.
When was the first time you saw that green suitcase?
when we was moving to switching the vans.
Did you ever see it come out of the house when you guys were moving things out of the house into the first van?
No, not that I can remember.
Thanks, Jeff.
Defense? All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. You may step down. Just watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, Josh Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Right up here. It's okay. Everybody's a little confused first. Step right on up. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Joshua Johnson,
And in February of 2020, where were you employed?
budget truck rental on Garden of the Gods Road.
And how long had you worked there?
At that time, like 15, 16 years.
Over the course of that 15, 16 years, how many cars, vans, et cetera, would you say that you've rented out?
Thousands.
And to be clear, what kind of company is Budget?
Oh, we rent moving trucks.
And do they come in all different sizes?
Yeah, they start out at little cargo vans, like what you see Amazon driving, all the way up to 26-foot trucks.
And what was your role while you were working with Budget?
I would rent the trucks, clean the trucks, check them in. That's about it.
Okay. And in terms of renting the trucks, can you break down kind of the initial process of renting to someone? What are the steps that you take?
Well, it comes in if they have a reservation. We would get their reservation out, check their driver's license, check their credit card, enter everything into the system, show them the vehicle, give them the keys, and then they're on their way.
And in terms of, you mentioned checking an ID. How is that generally presented by the person that reserved it, by the person who appears in front of you? How does that work?
Well, if the person who's renting it, they have to be there. So we check their driver's license and their credit card. If they have someone else driving it as well, we would check additional driver's licenses. But the person whose name's on the reservation has to be the one there at the beginning.
And on February 1st of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes.
And in terms of who is responsible for not only going over the paperwork, but ensuring that an identification is checked and appropriate signatures are obtained, whose role was that?
That was mine for that day.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 239, previously shown to the defense.
Go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, if you can take a moment to review what I've handed you marked as People's Exhibit 239, it's pages 1 through 5. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 239?
Yeah, this is a budget rental contract with the insurance waiver and the damage inspection sheet.
And were you there when those pages were gone over with the person who rented that particular vehicle and the agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, and also I guess I should ask, would you say that that's an accurate representation of a copy of that agreement?
Yes. It has all the pages that would go on a rental agreement.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 239.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 239 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And if we can project, and Your Honor, permission to publish as well.
You may.
Mr. Johnson, in front of you is a pointer.
Got the red handle.
It's
on
an
it.
old school pointer. So you'll have to extend it.
If it comes off, it's okay.
All right. And we'll zoom through the exhibit, but I'll ask you to point out some different areas of the agreement because of our 15 years of experience, you probably have this memorized. Where would the person's name who rented the vehicle, where does that appear on the first page of People's Exhibit 239?
Right up here under customer information,
Okay, and who is the rental of, for that particular vehicle?
it says Letecia Stauch.
And you explained that part of your process is to verify somebody's identity through identification of some sort. Did that happen here?
Yes.
Do you know how you did that?
I asked for a driver's license and then the form of payment, which would have to match the driver's license.
And you mentioned that, but can we see that in the zoomed in portion of People's Exhibit 239? Can you point that out?
Yeah, right here it has the last four of the driver's license, the state it was issued in, and then the country it was issued in for the driver's license.
Okay, what state is that?
Looks like it's South Carolina, I
South-
think.
South Carolina. And you mentioned the budget rental location. Can you point out what address of the budget rental location of the store that you were working at?
Right up here, Palmer House Truck Rentals, 140 East Garden of the Gods Road.
And in terms of the reservation, do you have any idea when the reservation or at least the rental agreement formally took place? Do you have a date and time on this document?
Yeah, it was opened on February 1st, 2020 at 8:17 a.m. It doesn't say what day the reservation was made, but that's the day that we opened this contract.
So when, for example, the person identified themselves as Letecia Stauch with an identification card came to you at the store, would this have been approximate time for when this agreement was taking place?
Yeah, that would be when I hit the open agreement and typed in the reservation.
Okay,
And it starts at that moment.
all right. And if we could zoom out briefly. Mr. Johnson, can you now point out what the length of that rental agreement was reserved for, where that is?
Right here, the rental date out is actually at the bottom. Says the 1st of February 2020 to the 5th of February 2020 at 8:15.
All right. And in terms of identification of a truck, however large or small it is there a particular identification number that is given to each asset of budget?
Yeah, this one has the vehicle unit number that we have right here.
And we'll zoom in for you there. What-
It's 911739.
Great.
And then it also mentions the size up to the right a little bit.
Okay, and what was the size?
Cargo van high roof. There at the top right under rental information. Yep, right there.
Okay. And we'll move on to the second page of that document. Now, Mr. Johnson, here, what is the second page of this rental agreement? What's the function of this page?
This is the actual like contract, what they can and can't do. Mentions fueling up the truck at the beginning. It also explains late fees, drop off fees, or if they were to use any of the budget easy pass. And then they would sign for the rental right here.
And I know that you're facing the screen, so it's a little tricky, but if you wouldn't mind just making sure to project your voice just so the
Oh,
people, the
I
jurors in the back,
apologize.
it's all right. The jurors in the back can hear you. Now, you explained that you go over the terms and conditions. Is that something that takes 15 seconds to do?
It's only a couple of minutes. It's actually not that hard to go over it.
Mhm.
Because the main parts of it are, they gotta return the truck full of fuel for the top line. Then the next section is just a bunch of wording on they're waiving the right for insurance. And it explains which insurances they did not or did purchase. On this one, they didn't purchase any insurance.
Okay,
And then it goes down into drop-off fees, late fees, and the plate pass for toll roads. Right there.
Now, throughout what we see in the second page of that agreement, there are various spots where initials can be placed.
Correct. 4 initials and then 1 signature from the customer.
And so in reading through that paragraph, it would be your job to make sure that the person is putting their initials at every appropriate spot, right?
Correct.
And so as you're going through page 2 of that agreement, was that being done at every appropriate spot?
Yes.
We'll move on to page 3 of that agreement. All right, now, Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this third page for the rental process?
This page is just showing all the late fees that could occur if it was not returned on time, if they went over on mileage, or any other additional fees that could accrue, which is located on the right side. And then the customer signature is there, and then the dealer initial for us is located on the left.
Okay, and we'll just zoom in a bit. So there's a number of different lines. Fair to say that there are various types of penalties that can accrue if you don't follow the terms of the agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as you're going over that on this particular date, was that understood based on how you went through that agreement?
Yes.
You mentioned that there's on the bottom right side of the agreement, there's a signature that appears.
If that is the customer signature, that they understand all the possible fees and charges for any additional.
Okay. And we'll move on to page 4 of the agreement. Now, Mr. Johnson, here what we see on page 4, what's the function of this particular portion?
This is the insurance page showing that they're waiving all of the insurances. Various types, insurance for the truck, liability, roadside, and towing if they had any.
Okay.
And shows that they denied all of it, and then up here is our rental agreement, and then insurance company and policy number of the person renting the truck.
Okay. And again, a little tricky, but just make sure that you keep your voice up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. So this actual document, the title of this document that we see on page 4 of the agreement, what is the title of this?
Personal financial responsibility certificate.
And you mentioned insurance. How do you verify if that person that's renting the vehicle has insurance?
All they do is write their information there.
Mhm.
And then budget, if anything happens, budget goes for that. We don't do it ourselves. We just go off of what the customer puts up there.
Okay. So in terms of understanding financial responsibility in renting this particular vehicle, was there anything that was left unclear during this rental process on that day?
They sign at the bottom once they've gone through all of this.
And on that particular day, for the person that rented this vehicle known as Letecia Stauch, were there any questions about the financial responsibility she was undertaking that day?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And we'll move on to the last page of that agreement. May have to rotate this one. So it's a little clear for you to read. There we go. Thank you. Right. Now, this is the last page of that agreement. Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this 5th and last page?
This is just to show the damages of the truck as we rented it, so that when it gets to the other location, we have a record of what it looked like before and or after if something were to have occurred. Also includes the mileage of the vehicle when we rent it.
Now, in terms of assessing the damage, is that done only by you, or is that done with the renter as well?
That's done with us. We check it all when it comes in and then mark it all. This one just looks like it just had some typical light scraping, like it brushed against a tree. No actual physical damage to it at all.
Okay. And in terms of acknowledging any sort of defects in that particular rental vehicle, whose signature appears in the middle of that page?
We're talking this one or down here?
We'll start with the first spot.
That one is a budget rep initial, so that would be mine.
Okay.
Looks like whoever rented it also accidentally initialed there, which is common. And then this is the renter signature and then the date.
Okay. Throughout this process, as you were renting this vehicle, you had an opportunity to interact with the person that identified themselves.
Correct.
Okay. And how did that person identify themselves? By what name?
Letecia Stauch,
And would you recognize that person?
due to the number of trucks I'd rented
Okay.
before and or after it.
And the number of years that have passed?
Yes.
Throughout that interaction that you had with the person that identified themselves as Letecia Stauch, was there any uncertainty that you had based on renting cars as to whether or not they understood the rules and conditions that applied?
No, I had no concerns with that. Everything seemed pretty normal.
Okay. Had you ever experienced a time where you didn't feel comfortable renting out a car to someone?
Yeah, I had customers.
This at that time?
If there were any issues like that, like concerns that I would have for it, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the responsibility that you undertook as a representative of budget on February 1st of 2020, did you have any concerns as to whether or not the person that presented themselves as Letecia Stauch understood the terms of that rental agreement?
I had no concerns with that, no.
As we went through People's Exhibit 239, there were a number of initials and signatures that appeared on that document.
Correct.
Were those initials and signature consistent with the same person?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Letecia Stauch.
And the initials that we would have seen that you've gone through throughout that document, were those initials consistent as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Looks like we have one. You would retrieve that and counsel approach, please. Mr. Rental van reservation made on what date?
We don't have that information on here. It just shows the day that they picked up the truck that they had reserved.
Where was the van to be turned in on February 5 of 2020?
On East Dallas Road.
And was this a local rental or a one-way rental?
It was a one-way.
I
Pick
will-
up here and drop off in Texas.
Mr. Johnson, you just explained the drop-off location.
Correct.
Who selects that location?
They do. Unless they come in with
Opportunity for them. Or may come into play at that point.
miles from where it's supposed to, they would charge additional costs based on distance.
Thanks.
Mr. Cook, follow up?
Can you tell, or do you know where the truck was ultimately dropped off?
Not from this paperwork. Budget would actually have to give the log for it, but I don't have that here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Prosecution, call your next witness. Well, hold on. Counsel approach, please. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Call Sergeant Roy Ditzler.
Sergeant Ditzler, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Yes, my name is Roy A. Ditzler, Ditzler.
What's your occupation?
I am a sergeant with the Colorado Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Colorado Springs Police Department?
February of this year was 21 years for me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
What are your current duties?
Currently, as of mid to late January, I was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration Task Force, which investigates drug organizations, large-scale drug organizations.
Sounds pretty exciting, but we're not going to talk about that now. Let's talk about what you were doing back in January of 2020.
Yes, January of 2020, I was assigned to Colorado Springs Police Department's Metro Vice Intelligence Task Force, or unit, and I was the supervisor of the intelligence unit.
And what does the intelligence unit do?
So I was responsible for coordinating and allocating resources for undercover operations, surveillance activity, conducting investigations that involve threats to city government entities, law enforcement entities, domestic terrorism incidents. I was also assigned as a joint terrorism task force officer with the FBI at that time.
Back on January 31st of 2020, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, I was. I was asked by my lieutenant at the time, John Koch, to reach out and contact Detective Abensham with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I was informed that he needed assistance or assets from our division for surveillance activity.
Were you also asked to place a GPS device on a vehicle?
Yes, sir. As part of that surveillance activity, I was asked to affix a GPS tracker to a vehicle. Yes, sir.
And what is a GPS tracker?
GPS tracker is like a magnetic device. They vary in sizes, but you affix them to the undercarriage of a vehicle. They can be affixed or to various types of property, but in this case specific, it was going to be affixed to a vehicle. So the magnet affixes or attaches to a metal property under the undercarriage of the vehicle. They vary in sizes. They could be an inch by an inch. They could be 3 inches by 4 inches. And they really just look like a piece of thin rubber that covers the actual magnet itself, and it operates with a GPS.
And why were you asked to come in to do that? Is there a technique or plan on installing these GPS devices on vehicles?
Yes, well, as being assigned or part of being assigned to Metro VNI, we oftentimes get tasked with placing those trackers, GPS devices on vehicles or property. It's a bit of a specialized detail. I've provided training to detectives at the division on proper installation and how to use those devices once they're affixed. The application that you can use on your phone or a computer to track the said item that you affix the tracker to. You can place geofences around a certain area that you want to receive alert or notification on if a vehicle is going to move and it moves out of a certain area, you might receive a notification to your phone or to your computer letting you know that it was moving.
Sounds like there's various ways to use this device and monitor the movement of the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is there also is covertness to it? Do you want the person who owns the vehicle to know that you're placing this GPS device on it?
No, sir.
And why is that?
Well, one of the reasons that you may use a GPS tracker as an investigative technique is to minimize exposure or the chance that the person you're trying to surveil may find out or figure out that you're actually surveilling them. They may see you fixing a tracker. They may see the same vehicles passing by multiple times, and that could compromise an investigation. So you want to use techniques and tactics to use undercover methods to even install the tracker.
So what information did you receive on January 31st of 2020 to go through this process of the surveillance and installation of the GPS tracker?
So Detective Abnishan requested that Metro V&I units and myself respond out to 6627 Mandan Drive out in the county of El Paso, which was Letecia Stauch's residence. Deputies had been on scene conducting a keep the peace investigation, and he informed me that he wanted surveillance to be conducted on a vehicle associated to Letecia Stauch. That vehicle was described as a 2020 silver Nissan sedan and Altima, and that there was a secondary vehicle also associated at the time, and that was a white Ford van.
And was one of the things you wanted to do is to see whether or not this vehicle might lead to the whereabouts of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
So talk to us about when you get out to 6627 Mandan Drive, what do you see going on?
Well, the first units to arrive out there arrived at about 11:30 in the morning, and Detective Reeder, was the first detective to place what we would call an eyeball. He was the primary eye, the one responsible for relaying initial information about activity going on at the house. When the specific vehicle that we're watching was moving, the occupants that were inside that vehicle. So that information could be aired out over the radio, so we could adjust our surveillance assets to follow that vehicle away from the house. It was reported to me that Letecia Stauch and her daughter, Miss Hunt, were loading up belongings from the house into the vehicles.
And did we see that when you got to that residence?
I did not. I was set up for a takeaway location, so I did not have a visual on the residence.
And how many vehicles are we talking about that are part of this surveillance team?
Well, I requested numerous assets from the 40s team. The 40s is a street level narcotics team that usually consists of, back then it was like 6 to 7 personnel. They're no longer in existence. And I requested assistance from the 50s. The 50s is another street level narcotics team. Again, the same number of personnel assigned, and requested assets from the 80s, who is also a street level narcotics team. However, their focus is marijuana. They were a slightly larger team. Reason I asked for so many assets to respond out there, who actually didn't, or not all of those assets arrived until later on in the surveillance operation when we were downtown, is because it's difficult to account for one vehicle, a primary vehicle, let alone 2 vehicles, setting up enough takeaways to be able to follow somebody away. If somebody gets out on foot, the subject that you're surveilling gets out on foot and is going into businesses, or you want to follow them around in a particular area, to send a resource out there to do that is pretty taxing. So just with the time frame of the activity being around the downtown area, we reached the downtown area around 1500 hours, and we all know, if you're familiar with Colorado Springs, in the downtown it gets pretty busy. You start dealing with rush hour traffic. We don't know where an individual may or may not go, so it becomes very taxing to maintain surveillance. at least until you can affix the GPS tracker, which Detective Abenshand had informed me he was applying to the court for the issuance of a search warrant so that we could do that.
I'm assuming that you're all in undercover vehicles and you're in an undercover capacity, you're not wearing police uniforms, that kind of thing.
That is correct.
So who did you follow? Who did you start your surveillance on starting at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Well, I was part of the pack, if you will. I didn't really get close to the target vehicle until we left the neighborhood of 6627 Mandan Drive until we got to the downtown area around East Kiowa and North Tejon Avenue. It was at that point that I actually had to make a move and get close enough to the vehicle because we didn't know if they were going to, whoever was driving the silver sedan was going to actually park downtown, continue through downtown. So I just ended up being in a good position at that intersection to watch Letecia Stauch and her daughter exit the vehicle at the intersection and walk northbound on Tejon. And then the vehicle continued through the intersection and parked just to the east of that intersection, where I relayed that information to other units who picked up or maintained an eye of that vehicle, so to say.
And so which vehicle are we talking about?
At that point, it was the silver Nissan Altima sedan.
And did you have photos or did you know who Letecia Stauch was and who Harley Hunt was before you began this surveillance?
Yes, that information was relayed by Detective Abenshand, I believe, at the onset of that investigation.
And so you said you were downtown around 1500 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon on the 31st.
Yes, sir.
What happens after they stop the car and you said the defendant and her daughter get out of the car?
It looked like they were walking towards the Rutledges, about the 100 block of North Tejon. Just was unable to maintain that eye to see where in fact they had walked to, but we were able to maintain an eye, a constant eye on the vehicle that they had exited, which was the Nissan. So we just took up continued surveillance positions in that area for the takeaways because the white Ford van had also parked close by in the vicinity. I don't remember the exact area, but we kept an eye on both of those vehicles.
Where did the Nissan Altima ultimately go? And did you track it? What direction did it go and that kind of thing?
So eventually, the evidence all load back, come back from whatever store they were in or whatever area. I couldn't tell you what store they might have went into, but Letecia and her daughter come back to the silver Nissan. They meet up with the occupants of the white van temporarily, and then both vehicles go mobile again. We continue our surveillance, ultimately ending at 5855 Corporate Drive, which is the Extended Stay America Hotel on the north side of Colorado Springs up by Woodman. I guess would be a major intersection that you might be familiar with. The vehicle parked in there, nosed into a parking space. And about that same time, I received my information from Detective Abenshand that the search warrant had been signed and that we could go ahead and affix the GPS tracker. And somehow I ended up with the tracker at the time. So we just came up with what I would describe as a hasty ruse to conceal our efforts to affix the tracker. And what do I mean by that? Simply just put another vehicle in front of the silver Nissan, popped the hood, made it look like there was a mechanical problem. And that's to afford a little bit of concealability because of where the vehicle was parked. You definitely don't want somebody from the hotel seeing what's going on, or you're the intended person that you're actually surveilling to walk out of the business and see what's going on. So while the hood's popped and the car's blocking the Nissan, I crawled underneath and affixed the tracker to the vehicle.
And who drove the Nissan Altima, do you know, from 6627 to downtown, then downtown to the Extended Stay?
Cell phones off, please.
Do you know who was driving that Nissan Altima?
It was an unknown female reported by surveillance. I do not know the identity.
And so where did you place this GPS tracker physically on the car?
So interestingly enough, it was as you can see, I'm not a small guy, and I'm drawing the short straw, I guess. The the Nissan was really a bit of a low profile vehicle. Ordinarily, if time afforded or time allowed, you'd want to really pull up the schematics and look at the undercarriage, maybe on Google or the internet, right? And see what might be the best place. We didn't have that kind of time. And if you don't have that kind of time, it's also beneficial to be able to crawl way up under that car and look at the undercarriage, because you want to make sure you get a good seat with that magnet to the metal. None of that was a great option. I crawled as far under as I could, and just was going by feel, because there's areas of a vehicle you don't want to fix the tracker because it'll bounce off, and you don't want to be that person. But I was able to get under there far enough to feel a good seat, and then confirm that the tracker was affixed properly. And
From Detective Abenshan. Did you have anything to do with the frequency of the GPS hits that the tracker would get back to the sheriff's office?
No, that would be set by the lead investigator or whoever wrote the search warrant for that.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
No.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective or for Sergeant Dietzler? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in place and ready to go at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own
folks, hopefully you
research
can
about
hear
any
me.
aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I got another soundboard, and either I'm really stupid or it's glitchy. Like it's picking up the certain things, but not others. So what did you think about the outburst first thing this morning? The brother of Letecia. I still don't know how to pronounce it. Letecia. We had an au pair named Letecia when the triplets
The
were
record should
born.
reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything you need to take up outside
Yeah,
the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
So he,
Court will be in recess. Thank you.
rise.
we'll take this off for now. Yeah, so he took his oath and then got up on the stand, and the lawyer asked him for his name and how he knew Letecia, and he was crying and upset, and that's understandable. And so he said his name, and he was her brother, and then he started shouting at her, "Why, Letecia?" Or no, he said, "Why, Tisha? Why?" So I've gone ahead and just snipped out that clip, posted it on my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel. I also posted it in the comments for YouTube and Rumble respectively, because if you're on Rumble, you're going to want to probably just click on the Rumble link. If you're on YouTube, you're going to want to probably click on the YouTube link. I'd prefer everybody go over to Rumble because they don't have the censorship issues that YouTube does. Yesterday, YouTube got mad at me and took my stream down because I was playing music videos during these little breaks. So apparently I can't do that anymore. I am, however, going to probably just put up, I'm trying to think. They said they'd be back in about 20 minutes. So maybe I'll just put up, if I can, like just some music or something. I'm not seeing a lot of activity on the chat, so I don't know how many of you are actually watching me or not even here. Well, we got 4 on Rumble, which, considering this is what, day 6 of the trial, day 6 of these live streams, I think we're doing pretty good. I got a new webcam. I think Amazon, you're going to have to take this webcam back too. It looks kind of blurry and it looks, I don't know if my other webcam was like that, it looks a little delayed. 5 now watching on Rumble. I love Rumble. I think now that Steven Crowder is over there, there's going to be more people. So, yeah, so we'll go ahead and just put up, I don't know, maybe a banner. I'm trying to think what I could do. I really don't want YouTube to kick me off again. Think. Maybe I'll put up like something from Pluto TV. See if I can get like court TV on Pluto. Because we've got about 18 minutes left. Let's see if I can work my computer magic. I know it's a stretch. I'm getting there. Yeah, I think I can do that. We'll just put up like a, let's see, crime. If I had chatters in the chat, they could tell me what they want to watch. We've got 48 Hours, Dateline, Forensic Files, Cold Case Files, The New Detectives, Unsolved Mysteries, the old Unsolved Mysteries, First 48, Doug the Bounty Hunter. Oh, I think we're on reality now. Let's see. Music. I wonder if they'll get mad if I put this music on. Boy, I'm really ticked off at that stupid YouTube. Hip hop. 80s. So, sound of the 70s. I'm not a fan. Sorry, folks. Yo, MTV. Biggest pop hits. Oh, AC/DC. I better not, because yesterday I think it was the Motley Crue that got me in trouble. Okay, well, let's go back up and look for. Maybe it's under. Five watching on Rumble still. How come you Rumble people don't chat? There's a little chat window right over on the side. Pluto News. Headline news. Let's turn on headline news. Share this tab instead. And unmute. And full stream. Now let's refresh. I need more eyeshadow. Okay. So let's see what it looks like over here.
And now prosecutors say that ex-wife, Tammy Daybell, in their words, died at the hands of another, killed from asphyxiation. Vallow's husband, Chad Daybell, is facing similar charges, but will be tried separately. The two are said to be members of a cult-like doomsday-focused religion and allegedly believe their children were possessed and became zombies. Both Daybell and Vallow pleaded not guilty. If convicted, Vallow could face up to life in prison. I want to bring in legal analyst Danny Savalos. And Danny, today was the beginning of what is expected to be a high-profile trial that will last for weeks here, maybe 10 weeks. We saw prosecutors come out and lay out very clearly that they believe that Tammy Daybell was killed by somebody else, making the case against Lori Vallow here.
Yeah, and most of the time, I try to give you a prosecution and defense even-handed situation scenario so you can figure out which arguments you want to follow. This is not one of those cases. I've reviewed the affidavit of probable cause back when they were still looking when they were only charging the defendants with child endangerment, not child endangerment, but abandoning the children.
Right.
And this is what we call in defense land a dead bang loser. The only reason to take this case to trial is probably because the clients are insisting on it for whatever reason, because otherwise this is a case based on the alleged facts, if they're true, that you do everything you can to try to secure a plea deal, or the stakes are so high and the prison sentences are so long, there's no reason not to go to trial. That could be another reason to go to trial because there's simply no other option, and even a plea deal just isn't appetizing enough.
Yeah. The media piece of this is really interesting here as we're
Lieutenant, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jacob Avanshan. Last name is spelled Abendschahan.
What is your occupation?
I've been a deputy sheriff for 21 years.
And what is your current duties?
I'm a lieutenant for the patrol division.
What does a lieutenant for the patrol division do?
A lot of administrative work, as near as I can tell. Just overseeing the general operations of the day shift on patrol.
Sounds like a blast.
You would think, but
Been there, done that. Don't want to do it again. Let me take you back to 2020. What was your role with the sheriff's office back in 2020?
in 2020, I was a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And as a detective sergeant, were you involved in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch back on January 27th, 2020?
I did have some involvement with that case.
And particularly on January 31st, 2020, were you responsible for the placement and monitoring of a GPS device on a particular rental vehicle?
Yes, I coordinated getting an electronic surveillance device to members of the Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit to place on a Nissan Altima that had been rented by Letecia Stauch.
And why did you want to do that, or why did the investigation kind of go down that road?
The GPS trackers are a good investigative tool when we are trying to identify, whether a person or a vehicle is in a particular place at a particular time. Information gathering.
Was there any interest in hopefully perhaps finding the location of where Gannon Stauch may be based on tracking a vehicle associated with the defendant?
That was a possibility, yes.
Did you work with Sergeant Ditzler in the placement of this GPS device on the rental vehicle?
I met VNI at the police operations center downtown and handed them the tracking device.
Did you have to obtain a warrant before the device was actually placed on this rental vehicle?
Someone did, yes. I did not.
Was this rental vehicle a silver Nissan Altima?
I believe so, yes.
And so what was your role going to be once this device was placed on this Nissan Altima?
Once it was activated, I had the ability at the time to log into the system and basically see where the tracker was at any given time. And it generates points like a latitude, longitude, and addresses to let us know kind of how the vehicle is moving.
And would you be monitoring this 24/7, or would it just be randomly looked at?
Not 24/7. It keeps a historical record of the addresses that a vehicle was at, how long it stopped, what time it was there, that kind of thing. I did that evening make some periodic checks just to make sure that it is registering, because if it were to run out of battery or something, that would be an expensive issue.
And do you have the ability to set the timing on this GPS device as to when it would, I don't know what the proper term is, but go off to say where the vehicle is placed at any given time?
There is a time adjustment that you can use based on how long you think it's going to be placed. For this one in particular, I can't remember what the exact time frame was. Probably 1 or 2 minutes at most. but it can go as long as 10 minutes or every 5 seconds as needed.
And did you have the ability to change that during the time period the GPS tracker was on the vehicle?
Yes,
And are you capable of, well, not you personally, but can you print out a document that would reflect the GPS pings where the vehicle was at any given time while the tracker was on it?
yes, I am. And it's a report. It's called an address report, which basically for the time frame that you select, will list everywhere the vehicle had gone during that time period at different rates of intervals of time, every minute or so.
And did you do that for this particular vehicle, the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And was those timeframes January 31st, 2020 at 1:38 p.m. to February 1st, 2020 at 4:44 p.m.? Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
And in front of you there is People's Exhibit 230. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recognize what People's Exhibit 230 is?
Yes, this is the address report. It's the same as the one I attached to my supplement.
And does that accurately reflect the pings that came off this GPS device that was attached to the Nissan Altima that was related to Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 230.
Hold on. At one point, you referred to it as 220.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
And that's previously admitted through Detective Perry. So are we talking 230, not 220?
230. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's clear. 230 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so for the record, it 230 is a 5-page report that has various GPS data on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we can publish 230, please. Can we zoom in on that just a little bit? So what we did, we zoomed in on the top of page 1 of People's Exhibit 230. Could you just kind of run down what we see here, and we can just use the top line there. Can you just go through the different columns and explain what we're looking at here for the jury?
Absolutely. So the first column, the devices, we named the different devices based on the detectives that would use them frequently. So this one is named after me with the moniker of Jake. In Mountain Time, it gives the date and the time that that tracker device is currently experiencing. At this point, it may have been sitting on my desk or in a car or something while I was waiting. So the speed was 0 miles per hour. Park time, generally, that's like if it moves from one spot to another and then stops, it'll give us, like the third line down, 26 seconds. And then it gives an estimated address. 16 East Castilla would be basically the sheriff's office, main office, or the parking garage directly behind it, which is where my office was. So then next it's giving a latitude and longitude. So those are the GPS coordinates on that device.
And obviously that would match up to the address that's listed in the previous.
Yes, it would be very close. Yes.
So at the first entry, is it safe to say that the GPS device is at the sheriff's office?
I would feel comfortable with that. Yes.
If we could go to page 2. And if we can scroll down to 1458. Thank you. So we've done that now. We're kind of in the middle of page 2 of People's Exhibit 230. I'll turn your attention to the time of 14:58, which is 2:58 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
The next, that entry of the location, are you familiar with that address? 6275 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
I think it's a hotel, but I can't be certain.
Would that be the Extended Suites Hotel?
It could be, again, I'm not sure.
And do you know where the GPS device was placed on the Nissan?
I do not.
Okay. Needless to say, that's the north side of town, that particular address.
Yes.
And so what can we tell, because that address is on there multiple times, if we can just scroll down a little bit, please. Does that indicate to you that the vehicle is not moving if it is placed on that vehicle at that time?
Yes, that would be the park time, where it's just kind of resting.
And then we go down to 1537, and it says device in motion over 5 miles an hour. What does that mean?
That means that the device itself attached to the vehicle is moving and moving faster than 5 miles an hour.
Does that mean the vehicle's moving?
Yes, it would.
And so at 3:37 on January 31st, the vehicle is now in motion.
Yes.
We can go ahead and scroll down now, please. We can go to 15, that's fine right there, 1538. So at 3:38, it's at 585 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Yes.
Is that the general area of where it was at 6275 Corporate Drive?
That would be close, yes.
Now, if we can go down to 1545, please. Right there's good. So at 3:45, again, we see the device in motion. What does that mean to you?
That line at 1545, it was moving 22 miles an hour in a southwesterly direction.
And how about below that at 1600 or 4 p.m. on January 31st? Does it tell you the speed of the vehicle there as well?
Yes, 52 miles an hour.
And if we can just scroll down, the vehicle is definitely moving now because it goes 52, 57, 43. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to the highlighted portion there, January 31st at 4:41. What's going on at that entry?
With that entry, we have a brief stop in the area of 15291 South Perry Park.
And why do you say brief stop?
The park time doesn't indicate it was, very long at all.
And what's the significance of this location and the vehicle being in this location? Do you know?
I know that became an area of interest later in the investigation.
Were there huge searches going on in that area related to this particular stop?
Yes, there were.
And why were there huge searches going on in that area?
We were searching for evidence or Gannon's body in the area.
And is that because the vehicle associated with Letecia Stauch stopped in that area?
That played into our decision to search the area, yes.
And so when this particular stop happens, and is this in the Palmer Lake area?
This is just north of Palmer Lake on Highway 105, just north of the county line, actually.
And on Highway 85, or was it 195?
105.
105, I'm sorry. On Highway 105, is there an area of that known as the S curve just north of Palmer Lake?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about here, this address?
Yes.
when this was actually happening, were you monitoring the GPS device live, or did you come across this at a later time?
It was likely at a later time.
If we can go ahead and just scroll down, about right there's good. So at 4:58, the vehicle now is going how fast?
41 miles an hour westbound.
So can you tell by looking at this, the frequency of the GPS pings?
Well, that looks like 5 minutes, every 5 minutes.
And would that be consistent throughout? Tell us how that works.
Boy, somebody else would probably have to get into the specifics on when it, when it gets into that.
Is the GPS device designed to ping if the vehicle stops, for instance?
Yes.
And if it doesn't stop, will it go every 5 minutes?
Yeah, that would,
So
depending on what the setting, and based on that, I probably set it for 5 minutes just out of concern of the battery dying.
The battery dies, you don't get any GPS data, is that right?
Right.
We just have a second, Your Honor. Can we scroll down to page 3 at 1823? So at 1823, we're back at 5850 Corporate Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the same area that the vehicle was at roughly at 3:38 p.m. on January 31st?
Yes.
And so now we're at 6:23 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And finally, can we go to the last page of People's Exhibit 230, please? You can scroll down
Spelled the
to,
poor man's name wrong. I'm sorry.
that's good right
Fix it.
there. We can just scroll over to get the date in, please. Thank you, I appreciate it. So on February 1st, 10:52 a.m., the vehicle is in Castle Rock.
Yes,
Fair.
that is correct.
Vehicle is heading north at this point.
Yes.
If we can scroll down to 1606. That's good. And so at 4:06 p.m., the vehicle now is in Denver.
Yes, at the rental car return or rental car area at DIA.
And do you have information to corroborate the individuals who rented this vehicle, returned the vehicle back at DIA?
One of the detectives got information that the car had been returned, and so we sent someone up to retrieve the GPS device off the car.
Now, this information that we have in People's Exhibit 230, is it common for other individuals to use this data in conjunction with cell phone data, app data, GPS data from other vehicles to kind of coordinate where individuals are at any given time?
Yes, there we have that capability.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross
Boy,
examination.
I tell you, they rifle through these witnesses so fast.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Abishon?
And I really like how after
Right.
each
Thank you, sir. You
witness,
may step down.
the judge
Prosecution,
asks
call your
the
next witness,
jury.
please.
I don't recall that from other
Oh,
trials,
well,
but what do I know? It's weird how the defense just seems to, nope, no questions. That's odd. Okay, so that guy lickety split about 12 minutes.
Mr. Rogers, if you would step forward and raise your right
Mr.
hand. please, sir.
Rogers?
Do you swear
Mr.
from the testimony
Rogers
about giving
is
this matter will be
here?
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Go ahead and have a seat. Witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Sharon?
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
I am Detective Brian Rogers. I work for the Colorado Springs Police Department as a digital forensics detective. And my last name is Rogers.
Pretty easy spelling.
Yes.
You said that you work for Colorado Springs Police Department, and I think you mentioned what you do. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What does that mean?
I extract and examine data from digital devices like computers, cell phones, video surveillance systems, and vehicles.
What kind of education do you have and training do you have that allows you to do that kind of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in software engineering, a master's degree in information systems security. And since I started that position, I've attended over 700 hours in training directly related to digital forensics in computers, cell phones, videos, and vehicles.
What do you actually do to, you just mentioned a bunch of different devices. What do you actually do to those devices to extract data from them?
It depends on the type of device or the operating system or even the type of security that is set up on the device. But I'll either have to communicate with the device, like change some settings and extract the information if I have password or if there is no security. If there is security on a device, I have to try and find a way to break into it or circumvent that security and extract the information.
How many devices have you worked on in your career?
Over my career, I would know last year I did over 700 cell phones and over 100 computers. I believe over 20 surveillance systems and a few vehicles.
Just last year alone?
Yes.
Do you have certifications as well?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I am an NCASE certified examiner. NCASE is one of our digital forensic suites. It's used for examining data. I'm a certified hacking forensic investigator. I'm also certified in analyzing vehicle data, and I'm a certified forensic analyst.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I was previously, but I did let that lapse. We weren't getting any benefit from the organization.
All right. Have you been qualified and testified as an expert witness in
Yeah.
court?
Yes.
How many times?
More than 50 in this district.
Have you testified in any other districts besides the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, I have.
Oh, how many others?
In Arapahoe County in Colorado, in federal court in Denver, and federal court in Bakersfield, California.
And in each of those, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat this morning. In each of those examples, were you qualified as a digital forensic examiner expert?
Or something along those lines, yes.
Okay. All right, at this time I've moved to qualify Detective Rogers as a expert witness and digital forensic examiner.
Thanks. The witness will be so qualified.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you Detective People's Exhibit 716. Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize the barcode number. I just looked at this out in the hallway before I
Okay.
came in.
So it's actually a manila envelope, correct?
Yes.
Is it typical that the work you do is placed on some other medium, either a disk or maybe even a hard drive, and then put in a similar envelope?
Yes, that happens. Otherwise, we'll preserve it online in one of our records management systems.
Okay. So does this particular envelope contain some work that you did on a particular device?
Yes.
When did you do the work on this particular device?
January 30th, 2020.
And how did you obtain whatever device we're going to talk about? Who gave it to you?
I was contacted by El Paso County Sheriff's Office Deputy Robert Soroy and asked to extract information from one cell phone.
Based on context at the time, was this a phone that was related to the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes.
Did
So whose phone
Detective
is it?
Soroy ask you to perform any
Leticia's?
particular type of
Leticia's?
functions as it relates to getting data off that device?
How do you mean?
Well, did he ask you, what did he ask you?
He just asked me to extract the information, not to examine any data from the device.
Okay. And what kind of device was it?
It was an Apple iPhone 8 Plus.
When a detective, either from your own agency or from a fellow agency in the community, asks you to do something like that, do they give you any information about where the phone came from?
It depends on the case, but in this case, I was not told where it had come from.
Okay. When you actually extract data from a phone, do you sometimes gather that information from the data that you extract from it?
Yes.
Was that true of this particular device?
No, I did not review the data.
Okay. So when you tell the jury what you did with this particular iPhone 8 Plus.
So the device was given to me by Deputy Soroy. It was a locked iPhone. By using our tools, I was able to circumvent the security and extract the information from the device. The data that was obtained was copied to a hard drive and then given to Deputy Soroy. The only information that I obtained just for documentation purposes was the phone number and the account associated with the phone.
And that's what I was referring to earlier, and I didn't ask a very good question.
Have to
So
make
is
myself a
what's
note if I
contained
keep
in
pronouncing it
People's
wrong.
Exhibit 716, is that the
Sorry.
result of your extraction of that iPhone 8 Plus?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to that extraction process?
Yes.
You know, at this time, I would move for admission of People's 716.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 716 will be admitted.
Once you completed that extraction, do you turn that back over to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And then that was the total sum of your work on that device?
Yes.
What was the phone number associated with that device?
It was 843-957-3486.
And you mentioned you were able to get an email on that device as well. What was that email?
It was Harley_Hunt@yahoo.com.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I hope she doesn't have that email anymore. She'll be getting some
Do any
spam
viewers have any questions?
or hate email.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Again,
Retrieve that exhibit. Judge.
5 minutes. That was 5 minutes. I timestamped it. 2:14 of the live stream. Boy. Every day we're shuffling, I guess.
Prosecution for the next witness, please.
People would call Robert Soroy to the stand.
Mr. Soroy, if you would
Next
step forward and raise
witness.
your right hand, please.
I think this is witness number
Do you swear
6.
from the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and seat in the witness stand, and please watch your step as you step into the
A
stand.
6, witness 6. I hope we don't have another 6. That'll be bad. Be bad juju.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. Could you state your name and spell your last for the record?
Yes, sir. My name's Robert Soroy. My last name is spelled S-I-R-O-I-S.
What is your current occupation?
I currently work in cybersecurity.
And you live down in Florida now?
Very recently, yes, sir.
Yep. We're flying a lot of people back from Florida for this. Did you live here in Colorado Springs back in 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
Specifically back in January of 2020, were you working for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was employed as a detective at the sheriff's office.
And how long were you with the sheriff's office?
As of that time, since 2013, so 7 years.
And were you assigned to do particular duties with regards to this investigation, the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
One of those duties, did that involve you going out to the airport to obtain some video, surveillance video from a rental car agency?
That's correct. That would have been the Colorado Springs Airport.
Okay. Tell us about that. Tell the jury what you did and why you're going out there.
Yeah, and this is January 29th in the morning. I was assigned to look for video surveillance regarding the rental of a car by Letecia Stauch at the Colorado Springs airport. I went there and spoke with Colorado Springs police, who are assigned to the airport, and they do police operations at the airport, and they also have access to the camera systems at the airport. And those guys told me they would look for some video for me. While they were doing that, I went up to the Avis rental car counter and spoke with the manager there. And they have some of their own cameras at the counter that they operate. And so the manager there was working with me on getting some of that footage as well.
And did you have some information with regards to a vehicle that was rented by Letecia Stauch from the Avis rental car at the airport?
Yeah, I was able to provide them some information on the car, which was a white Kia Rio. Had Texas plates, I believe. And so they were able to look up that in their system and give me some information regarding the rental, like the name of the person who rented it, what date and time that was. And so that way we could go back and look at the camera footage for when that rental was done at the counter there in the airport. And that information was for the previous morning around 8:50 or 9, where Letecia rented the car at the counter there. So there's video where she comes up, spends a few minutes doing the rental paperwork, and then leaving to go get presumably to go get the rental car. And some of the airport footage from Colorado Springs police corroborated that, had the same information, and she was in the same area of the airport kind of thing.
And so prior to going, did you have information what Letecia Stauch looked like, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I believe I had some pictures on my cell phone, driver's license info, that kind of thing for Letecia, so that I knew what I was, who I was looking for, what their physical description was, that kind of thing.
Did you have a rental agreement at that point, or did you get that later?
The manager there did give me a rental agreement with some of that information as to who did the rental or who paid for the rental.
And did that sync up with the video surveillance that you saw that you alluded to, Ms. Stauch going to the counter and renting the vehicle?
Correct.
Now, at the time you're at the airport, were there some efforts being made to locate Letecia Stauch's black Tiguan?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those efforts were?
Those efforts were assigned to other detectives and not myself, but I was aware that the airport was one of the locations we might have been looking for that particular vehicle. And so there were some detectives searching the airport for the black Tiguan at that time.
Did anything kind of unusual happen as you're at the Avis rental car with regards to the keys to this particular Kia rental?
Yeah, so I was looking at a computer with the manager at Avis, and we were looking at some of the video surveillance, and one of the lot attendants came in, and she said, "Hey, I just got handed the keys to this vehicle about 10 minutes ago," and I probably wasn't there for super long at that point in time. And she saw what we were looking at on the computer screen and said, that's the same person that just handed me the keys. And she said, this lady handed me the keys, turned around, walked away, got in a white Jetta with another female, and they just drove off right away.
Now, prior to going out there, did you have any information that the Kia rental had been returned yet?
No, I did not believe it was returned yet, or didn't know yet.
Did you have any information whether or not the Kia was even at the airport at that point?
No, sir.
And so you go out there, just so I'm clear, you're going to talk to the manager about getting some surveillance video. One of the employees from Avis comes in and says, "Hey, that lady just dropped off the keys." And so what did you do after that?
At that point, I knew I had some Colorado Springs detectives in the airport searching for the Tiguan. And so I called that detective and I said, "Hey, the Kia just got returned, but the lot attendant told me it's not in the returns area. Can you help me search the airport for this white Kia as well? And a little while later, he called me back and said he found it in the short-term parking lot.
And is that different from the rental return parking lot?
Yes, sir. If I might explain that.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Where is it located in relation to the rental car parking?
Yeah, at Colorado Springs Airport, everything's outdoor parking. So when you come in, there'll be signs for parking and rental car returns. So rental car returns takes you kind of to the front of the airport, and it's this area just for that. Short-term parking would take you through a gate that you have to get a ticket for, and then park in that area. And then long-term takes you to yet another area through a different gate that you'd have to take a ticket for to get into.
Okay. Now, do you see the person that you saw on the surveillance video, that the attendant saw on the surveillance video and said, this is the person that handed me the keys? Is she in the courtroom today?
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. She's on my right wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
And that's the same person you saw in the video?
Yes, sir.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will still reflect.
Thank you. So you got word that the Kia rental car was found in short-term parking. What did you do next?
At that point, I spoke a little bit more with the manager at Avis to get permission to search that car, since I knew that's what I would be doing as my next step in investigating the rental car now that we knew where it was. And so he put me in contact with, I guess, like a regional manager out of a different city who was able to provide me that consent to search the Kia via email. And so after I received that email, I went over there and took pictures, our normal process for searching a vehicle, opening up all the doors, taking pictures, documenting what you can see prior to actually going in there with, gloves and stuff on and digging around looking for items or for different kinds of evidence.
And do you know whether or not that's Avis's routine practice is to have customers to drop their cars off in short-term parking?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm just asking any other, Sean, right? And ask.
Yep, but the knowledge is going to come from some hearsay source.
Okay.
Sustained.
So you said you went and you took photos of the Kia rental, and did you search it at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to get permission to search it?
Yes, sir. And I received that via email from a regional Avis manager.
Okay. And so if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you a series of exhibits.
Thank you.
I'll give you the numbers in just a second.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead. And when you take the lid off or unscrew it, realize that it comes out fast.
Understood.
Everybody's so polite in this courtroom.
Okay, in front of you, I've given you People's Exhibits 234 through 238. Do you see those?
I'm assuming these must be the photos he took of
Yes, sir.
Leticia's rental car. I did it. I said her name right.
234 through 237. Are those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs of the Kia rental as you saw it at the airport in short-term parking?
Yes, sir.
And do they actually depict that vehicle as you saw it there and the items that you found inside that vehicle as you saw it there on January 31st, or excuse me, January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 234 through 237.
Mr. Cook, exhibits 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Oh, I said just a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Great.
That's okay.
That's fine, Your Honor. No objection.
All right. Exhibit 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 234.
May, go ahead.
Okay, so we're able to see it here on the screen. Let's see if I can work a little magic here. There. That's better, isn't it? I can't make Mr. Judge here smaller. So here's
Okay,
the
so
car.
we see People's Exhibit 234 here. What do we see in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of the car in the foreground. The closest car in the picture is the white Kia Rio that we've been discussing. The cars behind it are incidental. They had nothing to do with the photograph I was taking. They just happened to be in the background.
In this parking area, is this the short-term parking area that you alluded to?
Yes, sir. I can see the E1 parking sign back there that
I've never seen
had
so many
documented
ports in my life.
report.
Now, are you familiar with the airport and the various parking areas for the airport?
I'm pretty familiar with it, yes.
Are there signs that indicate long-term parking, short-term parking, rental car return?
Yeah, especially
Sorry
as
about
you
that,
drive in,
folks.
but also as you enter the parking area.
Now, if you go into the rental return area, would you have to get a parking ticket to park?
No, sir.
If you go into short-term or long-term parking, would you have to get a parking ticket to enter that facility?
Yes, sir. In both those cases, there's a gate that stops you and you have to press a button to get a ticket.
And are you familiar with how long you could stay in there without having to pay to park, for instance?
Yeah, I believe it was less than an hour, maybe an hour. May not even have been that long. And I only ran into that because I had driven through there to get over to where I took these photographs and kind of ran into that issue over at the place where you would pay for your parking. So I could drive through again to get into the correct lot. But I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it was less than an hour. It wasn't a huge amount of time.
Okay. If we can now go to People's Exhibit 235. What do we see in People's Exhibit 235?
This is a picture between the driver's seat and the door down where there's a little bit of carpet kind of in that gap between the side of the seat and the door. And this is one of those parking tickets you get when you go park in short-term parking.
We can go to 236, please. What do we see in 236?
This is a picture of the one side of the parking ticket.
And 237?
And this is a picture of the back side of that same parking ticket.
And so does it have a date and time stamped on that?
Yes, sir. This one says January 28th of 2020 at 16:41 hours, so 4:41 p.m.
What does that tell you with regards to that time stamp?
That tells me that that's the time the ticket was obtained at the gate. So when you push the button and it spits the ticket out, that is stamped on there at that time, which I know because I had to go through the same process when I went to go take these pictures and do the search of that car.
And then in front of you, we have People's Exhibit 238, which should be one of those brown envelopes. Do you see that?
Oh. Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 238?
This is one of our evidence envelopes signed by me in the typical way that I sign it, at least on one side. And it's Sheriff's Office item number 14 with a description of parking ticket found in white Kia. So this would have been the envelope containing that ticket in the picture that I obtained from the search.
Would you need to open that to see if it in fact is the parking ticket in there?
I mean, yeah, somebody else has opened this since I originally sealed it.
Is that because there's two pieces of tape on there?
Yeah, so the way I would have originally sealed it is with this red tape at the top. I always do my name like this. I always do my initials like this. This piece of tape at the bottom is new since I first sealed it.
Why don't we go ahead and open it up? I think there may be some scissors to your right.
Okay. Yeah.
You want gloves? There's some gloves over there too.
I'm okay to open this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
How about I have it this view when they project exhibits on the back, and then
Go ahead. It looks like you
when the
retrieved
screen
something
is
from that envelope.
not-
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. This is the
Uh,
same parking ticket we've been
there's
discussing in
nothing on
these
the
pictures.
screen. We'll go back
And is it in
to
general same condition as it was when you
this
packaged it?
view, which is like an equivalent.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 238.
No objection. Exhibit 238 will be admitted. Go ahead.
If I remember.
Package that if you don't mind.
Somebody else will have to tape it.
We'll leave it as is right now, okay?
Understood.
Did you also do some cell bright extractions from cell phones in this case?
I did, sir.
And what is a cell bright extraction?
A Celebrate extraction is a Celebrite is a tool we use to download
Celebrate.
data from electronic devices, primarily cell phones, but it's capable of retrieving data from other types of devices. And so when we say a Celebrite download, what we mean is downloading data from an electronic device using that Celebrite tool.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in using that cell bright tool?
I have a fair amount of training in digital forensics, including Celebrite specific training provided by the vendor for using our tool for the purpose of cell phone extractions.
And approximately how many times have you done cell bright extractions?
Guessing probably about 300 extractions during my time at the sheriff's office.
And can you just describe the process for the jury? What exactly do you do with a phone to extract the information off of it?
Yes, sir. In order to extract data from a cell phone, there's quite a few different factors. So it can depend on the state of the phone, whether it's on or off, the screen's broken, whether it has an SD card in it, a SIM card in it, those kinds of things. But in general, what we like to do is make sure that the cell phone can't communicate with an outside network. And so that way we know it's not talking to other phones, talking to other networks while it's sitting in our lab as evidence. And so there's a few ways to do that. We can put it in, or it can be turned off, or it can be, we can take the SIM card out so it can't talk to a cellular network, or it can be put in a special box that blocks radio signals. And I would have to refer to my report to understand the condition of a particular extraction that I did and what those circumstances were. But at that point, we can connect the phone to the Celebrite device, so the tool that actually does the data extraction. And at that point, we also have some options. So depending on the make, model, firmware version, security patch, Celebrite will be able to communicate with that phone in a couple of different ways. One way is it can read it as basically it will establish a communication link. So it'll send a piece of software to the phone that's very tiny that allows that communication to take place. And the phone has something built into it, most phones, called an application programming interface or an API. And that's just a fancy way of saying that phone has made certain kinds of communication available that Celebrite can utilize. So for example, Celebrite could say, hey phone, let me download your pictures. And the phone will say, okay, here's my pictures. You can have all of them, or you can have some of them, or you can have only these ones. And again, that depends on a lot of factors. And what that results in is what we call a logical extraction. So we're saying, can we have certain pieces of data? And the phone says, yes, here they are. The second type of extraction we can do is called a file system. So that would be like opening some kind of drive, like a CD or a hard drive or a USB drive, and seeing all those files and folders there and taking them all and downloading them. And again, that depends on certain factors with the actual phone itself. And then the third type of extraction is called a physical extraction. And that's where you have Cellebrite is able to get access to the physical place where data is stored on the phone, whether that's like flash storage or if, it's phones don't really store data this way, but the old way would be like a spinny disk drive where there's actually like a metal magnetic disk with ones and zeros on it, and it can see all those ones and zeros and get every single bit, byte for byte, of data off the device, which is very rare for cell phones. But it is technically one method we can extract data, and that's called a physical extraction. At that point, Cellebrite downloads data in whatever fashion it can, and then it brings it into one of our forensic computers in the lab where we can look at it through probably Cellebrite software, but it's not limited to just Cellebrite software. There's other types of programs and tools we can use to look at that same data.
And when you extract the data off a cell phone, where do you put it? Where do you store it?
Mm-hmm. When we first download data off a cell phone, it's going to be in some files on one of our forensic workstations in our lab environment. From there, we copy it onto probably a CD or like a Blu-ray, whatever we can that's big enough to fit it on. And we'll put it in an envelope just like these, and we'll drop it into evidence just like any other type of evidence.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to do an extraction, a Cellebrite extraction, on an iPhone 8 belonging to an Al Stauch?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe that was from a waiver authority.
Okay. And in front of you is People's Exhibit 226. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 226?
This is one of our evidence envelopes, again, signed by me, which I can tell by my initials on it across the piece of tape. And the description is item number 585, which is the sheriff's office item number. And it says it's a CD containing a Cellebrite report and photographs of Al S. I'm guessing that's going to say Al Stauch, iPhone 8 or cell phone. But this will be the CD that I would have put in evidence containing that data from the Cellebrite extraction.
And is that envelope still sealed with the original tape that you put on it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been sealed in any other way since I originally sealed it on March 4th of 2020.
Does that tell you then the data that is on that CD or Blu-ray disc is accurate, same as it was when you put it in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
We've moved to admit People's Exhibit 226.
Defense,
No objection.
Exhibit 226 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Are you working in Florida in law enforcement? Or are you still a detective, or how shall I refer to you as?
You can refer to me as Robert. I left law enforcement last February.
Okay. All right. Well, Robert, so your part in this investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch was what Mr. Young and you were talking about, but there were some other things you did as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You collected samples from this Kia vehicle from the airport that you located and was pictured in the photograph.
Yeah, I collected a few DNA samples during that search as well.
Okay. you took DNA swabs from the trunk of the Kia?
Yeah, I believe the area that I swabbed in the trunk would have been the threshold. So the part at the back bumper that's kind of a lip that goes, over into the trunk.
Okay. So you got DNA from the trunk area of the Kia. You got DNA from the steering wheel and the shifter of the Kia.
Yes, sir.
And you got DNA swabs from the internal driver door latch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that would have been the latch on the inside part of the door.
Okay. And did you submit those DNA swabs you collected from this Kia to a lab for testing?
I personally did not. I only placed them in El Paso County evidence.
Do you know if these swabs were eventually tested or forwarded by somebody else with law enforcement to have testing on them?
If they were, I'm not aware of it.
Is there a difference for doing a Cellbrite download if you have the pass key or the passcode to the phone versus not having the passcode or the pass key to the phone?
Yes, sir. I mean, phones are designed to be secure and have varying types of security, and having a PIN code or a passcode is one type of security. So by inputting that PIN code, it will change the security state of the phone, and therefore, in most cases, the amount of data that's available to download from it.
Okay. So, Mr. Stauch's phone, you had the passcode for that phone.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to access more information on his phone than you would be from a phone that you didn't have the passcode for, correct?
That's not necessarily true, but in most cases,
In
it
most
is true.
cases.
Yes, sir.
This attorney seems to be like half giving up, I think. And he also said her last name, Stauch. And in the beginning, it was Stauch.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. That's all he's got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr.
So this witness was up about 20 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
I wonder
you,
if they're
sir.
going to break
Thank
for
you.
lunch now. It's almost noon their time.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Nope. Oh, now they're going to approach. So I got a new soundboard, and I don't know. Either I'm completely inept with these things or something. I don't think I had enough time to monkey with it. I downloaded some
All right,
sounds
ladies and
this
gentlemen,
morning.
we're going to take a little bit longer lunch recess. So if
Hey,
can
I have no
everyone back in the
objection to
jury
that,
room
Judge.
At, say 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the
1:30.
case among
So
yourselves.
about
Don't
an
discuss the case with
hour.
anyone else. Don't go out and do your own research about any aspect of the case. With
45
that, we'll see
minute lunch
everybody
break.
back at
Boy, that's
1:30.
going to be a
All
long
rise for
time.
the jury, please.
Okay, so I'm going to leave the stream up and running because there's sometimes some confusion. Like in the morning, I like to post on Twitter and Truth Social the links. And when I cut it at lunchtime and then come back with a second broadcast, people tend to they can't find the second one, or so, I don't know. So I'm just going to leave this up and running. If I can, when we were on our morning break, I turned on some Pluto TV. Just
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury.
kind of fill in the space, but then I noticed when I came back that the sound didn't come through, so they must not allow that.
So everybody back at 1:30 then.
Which is fine. So I'll just put up a banner saying we'll be back at, what did he say, 1:30 Mountain Time. So that's 2:30 Central, 3:30 East Coast time. We've got quite a few people on Rumble. 9. Thank you so much for being on Rumble. I'm not seeing any activity in the chat. So I don't know if you have any questions, but for those of you that missed this morning, so about, I don't need anything, Siri. If you rewind the stream back to the very beginning, the first witness today was Letecia's brother, Dakota Lowry. And he started the morning, saying his oath, and he was, upset, crying, and the attorney, and I believe the judge might have said right at the beginning, I know you're nervous, just, it'll be okay. And asked him to spell his name and how he knows Letecia. And he's like, she's my sister. And then he just looked at her and shouted, "Why, Tisha, why?" So I went ahead. I was just like, what? And the judge said, let's dismiss the jury, let the jury leave for a couple minutes, let Dakota compose himself, and then brought the jury back in just a few minutes later so this guy could continue. Well, I cut it, the snip, and I posted it on both my Rumble channel, it's like a minute, 4 seconds, my Rumble channel and my YouTube channel. So if you have a chance during the lunch break to go check that out, share it, what have you, that would be great. I was just like shocked. That was just so shocking. I've seen people giving victim impact statements getting like that, talking to whoever's been convicted of the crime of their loved one. But I don't know if I've ever seen, I'm sure it's happened, but I don't know if I've ever seen a witness shout at his sister like that. He shouted. So if you have a chance, take a look at that. So I'll cut the scream. I'll cut the stream for now, or cut that video for now. And then we'll go ahead and see you back here, 1:30. I'll put a banner up. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in a bit. Enjoy your lunch. I hope it's delicious. I'm going to have a BLT. Delicious. Okay, see you soon, people.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you aren't.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring that jury in. Is Todd, is he out there in the when there is, if he's out there in the hallway, well, maybe he can prop that door open or something while he's in the, I don't want it open while they're not there. But,
Yeah. I'll send him something.
I can't think of, I don't have a solution for that.
No, they probably tweaked the pipes and put the air in here and then let that form. I don't know what
Well, it's
temperature.
supposed to cool off this, the rest of the week, so. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is John Watson.
Last name again?
John Watson.
Watson. All right, Mr. Watson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Ms. Gratiano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you can settle debate for us. Can you state your last name, your first name and your last name for the record?
John Watton,
Thank you. And where are you employed?
Avis Budget Group.
And under the umbrella of Avis, what does Avis do?
So Avis is one of the premier rental car brands. You may be familiar with Avis Rent-A-Car, Budget Rent-A-Car, Zip Car, Payless Rent-A-Car, and also budget truck rentals.
And when we're talking about rentals specific to budget, what kind of rentals are we talking about?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
I don't know, the
well, I can
audio
probably
sounds
help you out
funny
there.
to me. It's very
Before
flat.
you is People's Exhibit 239. It'll be on your right-hand side. It's previously admitted, Your Honor.
Are you wanting to?
He did
I'm
not
just gonna have
spell
him look at
his
it.
last name, so I'm
Can you
just
take a look
guessing.
at People's Exhibit 239 there?
I have 240155.
Your Honor, permission
Yeah.
to approach?
May I go ahead?
There's a lot of numbers on here.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, lower right,
Okay.
this will be 239, but
Okay. This is a budget truck rental contract.
okay. And so that particular asset is what again?
It's a budget truck rental contract.
Okay. And each asset, if you will, a truck that budget would rent out, is there a particular identifier number that is assigned to a vehicle?
Yes, each truck is 6 digits in length,
Okay.
and it's all numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
In front of you, People's Exhibit 239, can you tell what vehicle number budget assigned that particular asset?
Truck number 911739.
And in terms of what you do with budget, can you explain budget and the many other entities that are in the Avis company? What is your role?
I did not know
Sure,
budget
so
was
I'm
part of
the
Avis.
Corporate security manager.
And how long have you been in that role?
And I've been in this role for 2 years as a corporate security manager, but I've been with Avis Budget for 26 years.
Did you wear different hats?
Yes, many different hats.
Okay.
I've been in the security function
like
role for the
fedoras.
last 10 years.
All right. And in terms of what, for example, specific to budget, what that entity does with regard to tracking, locating, protecting its assets, specifically rental trucks, what kind of resources do you have there?
We have GPS devices that we use on our vehicles. Not that we want to track every rental customer, because we don't do that, right? But if we have a vehicle that is missing, abandoned, or it's reported stolen, then we would want to use our GPS devices to try to locate that vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of access that you have, is exhibit 292.
You may go ahead.
Juan, I'll ask you to take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 292.
I'm fine.
Do you generally recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a report that when I want to track a vehicle, I go onto a website who's our partner, which is a company called AirIQ. And I have the ability to track cars and trucks through this system. I can do live searches for a vehicle, and I can also receive historical information on a vehicle. And with the relationship, with partnership we have with the company, our service plan, we receive 4 historical pings every day. So if I'm not looking for a vehicle, I receive a historical ping. One at 6 o'clock in the morning, one at noon, one at midnight. One at 6 p.m. and one at midnight. This report is showing those historical pings. And there's also an additional GPS ping or hit on the vehicle, which is called a power up. And that is just a health check from the company, from AirIQ, reaching out to its GPS device to make sure that it's working.
And in terms of the number of pages, there's a number of pages in front of you there. Do those pages accurately represent the GPS information, historical information that you were able to pull from that particular asset? I counted a total of 12 pages.
This is what I pulled per the production order of records that I was asked to produce. This is what I pulled, 12 pages.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 292.
Yes. Exhibit 292 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Sir, you explained that there's an asset number that's associated with the rental agreement that you just looked at, People's Exhibit 239. I'll have that projected behind you. And just so the jury can see what you were reading off of, you talked about vehicle information, a vehicle identification number that budget's assigned to this particular truck. Can you point to the jury where that appears on the screen behind you?
This right here is the truck number, 911739.
Great. And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibit 292 as well.
You may go ahead.
And just give us a second, Mr. Watton. We're going to project behind you People's Exhibit 292, and it will be the first page of those 12. So it's small, but we'll be able to focus in there as we move forward. And so that particular printout also identifies a particular vehicle identification number as well. What would that number be?
This is the truck number, 911739. This is the license plate number on the truck.
Okay. And as far as that identification number that budget assigns, are those two numbers in People's Exhibit 292 and 239? Are those the same numbers?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now we will ask to try to zoom in if we can, because the numbers are pretty small up on that screen right now. Thank you. Now you gave us some information about historical information. So when you received a request for document production, you're given specific date range to pull from?
On the production order for records, I was asked to turn over any documents that related with the defendant's name.
Okay. And so when we look at People's Exhibit 292, I'd ask you to look at the first line. You explained that there is a power up function for that GPS monitoring. And that first line, what is that representing?
So this is the date and the time of the power up. The power up.
Great. And you'd explain that there are particular time intervals for which a historical ping is sent. How often are the power ups occurring?
The power ups occur every 25 hours.
Okay. And as we look at lines 1 through 13, I'd ask you to look at the location data for lines 1 through 13, and are those all the same location?
Those are all the same location.
Okay. And while you may not be familiar with Colorado Springs, are you generally familiar with what that address represents as it relates to budget?
That is one of our budget truck locations.
Okay. And so the last, let's see, look at line 13. What type of data point is that GPS tracker pulling? Is it a power up? Is it a scheduled inventory alert?
So line 13 at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:10 in the morning.
Okay.
The schedule, it's one of the scheduled inventory alerts.
That occur every 6 hours?
So 6 a.m., 12 noon, 6 p.m. and midnight, yes.
Perfect. By the next line, line 14, what time are we at there?
We are at 12 p.m.
Okay. And to be clear, what day are we now on?
We are on 2/1.
February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
And so by 12:10 p.m., to be clear, is there a particular time that budget GPS is tracking this time as for frame of reference? Is it in Eastern time? Is it in Mountain time?
You can schedule the time to whatever time you want it to be. I'm stationed, I live in the East Coast, so I set it up for an East Coast time.
Okay.
But I have to be aware that it could be a different time.
So in terms of, as we walk through this data and we talk about particular times that we see here, this would be all related to Eastern time, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if the vehicle remains in Colorado for a period of time, we might have to do subtraction there, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and subtraction of about how much time?
2 hours.
2 hours, okay. So we'll try to keep that in mind as we go through. And so when we look at the time of line 14 on February 1st of 2020, the timestamp there is going to reflect 12:10, but what time would that be in Mountain Standard Time?
That would be 10 p.m. Yeah.
10 a.m.?
You said 12 p.m. Oh,
So 12 noon for example?
Then that would be 10 a.m. Yeah.
Great. And what location was the vehicle at 10 a.m. Colorado time?
It's hard to.
Yeah, sorry.
use it. So on the 14th
Yes.
at 10 a.m., it was at, it says Love's Pueblo, so that would be a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And the next scheduled inventory alert would be line 15.
Yes.
And again, we'll have to do a little math, but what time would that be in
math.
Colorado time?
My favorite.
For line
That
15?
that would
I'm an
be
accountant.
line 15.
Love the
Yes,
number.
sir.
So that would be 4 p.m.
And where is the vehicle at that point?
on US 87, Dolhart, Texas.
The next scheduled ping occurred on line 16. What day would we be at now?
That would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And while the line 16 reflects February 2nd
That's correct.
at 12:10 a.m. in terms of Colorado, at this point, the vehicle's in Texas.
That's correct. 18 Western Plaza Drive.
Okay. There is a power up that occurs, a regular power up at the 25th hour. What location for line 17 does that vehicle appear at?
Let me know if you like this
Again, it would
view.
be
I just
18 West
focused on the
Plaza
witness.
Drive, same as the prior.
Okay. And is that still in Amarillo, Texas?
That's correct.
Okay. As we move forward, what is the last time stamp that vehicle remains at 18 Western Plaza Drive, Amarillo, Texas?
The timestamp would be on this report, it'd be 2220 at 12 p.m. So that would be 10 a.m.
For the next location data point, where what time would we be at for that? Line 20.
Line 20 would be 4 p.m., 4:10 p.m. exactly, in Bellevue, Texas, 601 US Highway 287.
Okay. And in line 21, what
I wish they used
time
PowerPoint more.
and what day would we be at now for the next
We need
ping?
a smart PowerPoint presentation.
That would be at, the date here is 2/3/20, but it would actually be 2/2/20, and it would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And the location, what state?
601 West Thompson Street in Decatur, Texas.
Now, this hour, at this point, what timestamp and what day is that power up occurring at?
The day would be 2/3/20, and the time would be 2:14 a.m. And the location would be the same as the prior location, 601 West Thompson Street, Decatur, Texas.
Okay. Now, as we move forward, the next would be just one of those scheduled inventory alert pings, line 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what time is that occurring at?
That's at 4 a.m. on 2/3/20. And at the exact same location as the prior two pings at 601 West Thompson Street.
Line 24, can you tell whether or not the vehicle is now moved?
Yes, so at that time, which it says 2/3/20, which says 12 p.m., it would actually be 10 a.m. Central Time Zone. The location is 1705 South FM 51 Decatur, Texas. But if you move over to the right of the report, you can see that the vehicle is not stopped. It's actually moving 29 kilometers per hour at this time.
Okay. Now, line 25, on February 3rd of 2020, what time did that inventory alert go again?
February 3rd, 2020, the report has 6 p.m. There would be 4:10 p.m. And the location was on I-20, Ruston, Louisiana.
And line 20, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know if it's moving at 115 kilometers per hour.
So the vehicle's in motion by the time that particular timestamp is being recorded.
That's correct.
We'll go to line 26.
2/4/20.
So now we moved on to the, well, if we're counting for the time difference,
That's right.
what day are we really talking about?
So 2/3/20 at 10 p.m., 10:10 p.m.
And the location of the vehicle at that point?
29451 US Highway 98, Dauphine, Alabama.
And you'd mentioned before, but can you tell if the vehicle's in motion at this point?
Yes, it's in motion, 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Line 27 is one of those power up moments, as you explained on the 25th hour. What date and time did this occur at?
2/4/20. The report has 5:15. It's at 3:15 a.m. And the address is 9400 University Parkway, Ferry Pass, Florida.
Now, in terms of the location now being in Florida, would the timestamp of 5:15 a.m. be consistent with Eastern time? Are you having to make an accounting of that? Or would we now be in the appropriate time zone?
That would now be at the appropriate time, right? Since it's on East Coast time, that's correct.
Okay. And while I'm not good with Alabama, would the time have changed yet? Would we have crossed over at that point?
I
You're not an
that's-
expert
no,
in time zones?
It could have changed over at Alabama, but
That's fair.
yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right. In terms of the next data points that we see, when it is scheduled at that power up on February 4th at 5:15 a.m., can you tell if the vehicle is moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
And at the next scheduled time point, line 28, where is the vehicle?
2/4/20, 6:10 a.m., 8080 North Davis Highway in Ferry Pass, Florida.
Okay. And the position is the vehicle moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
At the next ping, February 4th of 2020, what time stamp would that be on line 29?
Timestamp 12:10 p.m. And again, same location as the prior, 8080 North Davis Highway, Ferry Pass, Florida, and the vehicle is stopped.
Okay. The next time ping that is recorded on line 30 on February 4th, what timestamp is that?
6:10 p.m. on the 4th,
Where is the vehicle at that point?
818 Church Hill Way, Southwest in Lake City, Florida.
And is the vehicle in motion at that point?
The vehicle is in motion at 119 kilometers per hour.
On February 5th. Now we moved on to the next day, but we're in the right same time zone, so we don't have to make any subtraction calculations in our head. But on February 5th at 12:10 a.m., where is the vehicle?
The vehicle is at 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and it's in Lake Buena Vista, Florida.
Is the vehicle moving or stopped?
The vehicle is stopped.
At the next timestamp, same day, but now at 6:10 a.m., where's the vehicle?
At the exact same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida, 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and the vehicle is stopped.
At the next scheduled inventory alert ping, has the vehicle moved locations yet?
No, it has not.
We talked about that power up moment on the 25th hour. Even at that point, is the vehicle still in that same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida?
That is correct.
Okay. In fact,
That is correct. Line 36 at 12:10 a.m. The vehicle is moving 119 kilometers per hour. It's on 235 I-95 in Pooler, Georgia.
on line 37, same day, February 6th of 2020 at 6:10 a.m., where is the vehicle now?
The address comes up as Days Inn and Forest Brook, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
And at the next GPS ping for that power up moment on the 25th hour, is that vehicle moved that location?
No, the vehicle is at the exact same location stopped.
Okay. On line 39, February 6th of 2020, at 12:10 p.m., where is the vehicle now?
The vehicle is 2246 Highway 501 East in Conway, South Carolina. And it's traveling very slow, 7.2 kilometers per hour.
Okay. The next location data, the GPS is pushed out, is that same day, but now at 6:10 p.m. Where is the vehicle at that time?
1400 Cannon Road in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
And as you move forward past lines 40 through, say, 66, does the vehicle remain at the same location?
It does, yes, it does.
And line 40, we would have been on February 6th of 2020, and line 66, where it still hasn't moved, what date are we now at?
February 12th, 2020.
So this is a couple days before
Line 68
Al's phone calls with her that were played on day one.
on February 12th of 2020 at
Those were on
12:10
February
p.m.
13th and
Where's the
14th.
vehicle located?
Holmestown Road, Garden City, South Carolina. The vehicle's moving 97 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
Why is he saying
Fair to
so-
say the rest of the page for people,
Kilometer.
292, line 68 through 89, are those various locations throughout South Carolina?
That is correct.
And in terms of what you've produced, can you tell when the vehicle was returned, specifically to any location in South Carolina?
Yes, the 1400 Cannon Road is one of our budget truck locations. And you can see that the vehicle returned to that location. It was there for an extended period of time, which would also match up with the first document produced today on the rental contract, because the rental was from February 1st to February 6th. So you have the truck in Colorado at the budget truck location. It flows through the US and then it ends up in South Carolina, which would mirror the rental contract.
And I'll just ask you to just to double check the date of the reservation. Is that consistent with February 6th or February 5th of 2020? Might be difficult to read.
It was due in on the 5th, but it wasn't show up to the 6th at the location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair to say that the vehicle remained at that budget location for a number of those GPS time points. Specifically, you pointed out from February 6th through a number of other pages and lines that we haven't gone through. Is that fair? Past February 12th?
Absolutely, that's fair.
So the vehicle being returned at that location, is this going to tell you who then used the vehicle after that?
No.
Okay.
Oh, can you imagine?
There are a number of other
being in that
data
rental
points
car
that car is
after?
still tracking after February 12th of 2020. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Ultimately, where does the car end up at?
On this report, the car ends up in Rhode Island.
Okay. And would have ended up at Rhode Island at another store location.
That's correct.
And so what we reviewed, a number of data points, is that all produced through a historical data pool that you did?
That's correct. I go onto the website and I pull the historical report, and this is my findings on the historical findings report.
And so You've never been a resident of Texas, I'm assuming?
No, I have not.
Okay. So we went through a number of time points, but in terms of calculation, if Texas was in a central time zone, which is basically an hour difference from Eastern time, would all of those times have been adjusted really through Texas and say Alabama for an hour? An hour difference from what we
That's
see here.
correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say you're more familiar with the East Coast time?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of, again, monitoring this information, to be clear, you weren't sitting at a computer tracking each of these data points, is that right?
Absolutely not.
In terms of the data points, is that something that you or other people that manage assets within budget would then use to track down vehicles?
Correct. It would be myself and our loss prevention team, which at the time would be 4 other individuals. So there would be 5 total in our department that would have access to to pull these data points.
Okay. And in terms of then pulling those data points, and as far as then potentially mapping those data points clearly with addresses there, is that something that somebody else can then do if they have addresses?
If you have the access to the website, you can pull this historical data. Yes.
Okay. And you could
You could. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And while I'm also not familiar with transitioning between time zones, if you understood that Pensacola, Florida was also in a central time zone, would that sound about right?
If it is, I'm used to the East Coast time zone, but
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
And to be clear, when we refer to the various time points that may be around Pensacola, Florida, or in the Florida area, that would be an important distinction to make depending on the address where it flies, where it sits in that split of the time zone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we'll pass witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions? for
I'm
Mr.
telling you what, the defense
Thank you,
attorneys
sir. You may step down.
very seldom have any questions. Is this weird?
Give that to the court
For you
reporter, please.
attorneys out there, tell me, is this unusual? Or
Thank you, sir.
I want to know the
Prosecution,
reasoning
examine
why.
witness, please.
I
We
watched
call
the
John
Murdoch
Grassel to the stand here.
trial, the Gwyneth Paltrow one, the Johnny Depp one, and they always had some kind of back and forth with the witness. It's
Mr.
weird.
Grassel, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Hopefully he'll spell his name.
Play a little closer. Everybody does that. That's okay. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, Mr. Grassel. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is John Grassel, Grassel.
Ooh, I got it right.
Do you have an occupation at this time?
Yes,
What is that?
I am a senior manager at Research Triangle Institute, which is a research company based in North Carolina.
And did you retire from a law enforcement agency?
Yes, I am retired detective lieutenant from the Rhode Island State Police.
What the heck is someone from Rhode Island doing in Colorado testifying in a murder case? We're going to get there. Were you working for the Rhode Island, was it State Police back in January of 2020?
Yes,
And did you have an occasion to perform a analysis on a budget rental car truck that's related to this case back on March 26th of 2020.
Yes.
What did you know prior to doing a search and examination of this vehicle about this case?
I was given a signed search warrant on the 30th of March 2020, which gave some details in reference to this case.
And what were the details that you remember?
The details were of a reported crime, and then for the vehicle, this vehicle, Ford van that was used to transport a body
I
for
love the
a crime,
accent.
and then the van ended up into Rhode Island. It was a rental van.
And so prior to looking at this vehicle and searching it pursuant to the warrant, what were you going in looking for, if anything?
Pursuant to the warrant?
Yes.
So we would document the vehicle first with photographs and examine it for any evidence such as touch DNA, evidence of blood, evidence of bodily fluid, and anything that was still contained within the rental vehicle.
I may approach witness, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 294 through 309.
Let me know if you like this
You can just
witness
take a
only
moment, take a
view.
look at those, and then
Put
I'll
in
ask
the
you some
chat if you
follow-up
want me to
questions.
change it to the multiple view. Wonder if I can make it. Let me tinker some more. Or this one.
Have you had a
Maybe
chance to
this
do
one's
that?
better.
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
Because then you can
The
see
beginning photos are
which you
overall
go over here.
photographs of the exterior and interior of the van that was searched. And then the photographs subsequently show some evidence that was seized from the van. And then the last photographs show a cutting from a floor mat from inside the van. And then the very last photograph is it's a photograph of a chemical reaction from a chemical that we applied to that floor mat.
Do People's Exhibits 294 through 309 accurately depict the van as it looked back in March 26th of 2020 when you were searching that van and doing the swabs that we talked about and doing the CSI effect on the van?
Yes, they do.
We would move to admit People's Exhibits 294 through 309.
Exhibits 294 through 309 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Before we show those pictures, did you dictate a report or create a report as a result of your search?
Yes.
And in that report, did you indicate all the areas where you did swabs?
Yes.
What's a swab? And could you kind of briefly talk about the areas of the van that you swabbed?
So a swab, in this case, we were, for the swabs, we were looking for touch DNA. So we swabbed this van has a driver's door, passenger door, a side door, which is on the passenger side that slides open, and then a rear door. So for each of those doors, we took a swab. It's just a cotton swab, and you put distilled water on it, and you take a swab of the exterior of the handle and then the interior of the handle. And that could potentially lead to a DNA result if someone was to touch it. So that's the purpose of those swabs. Then we took additional swabs of the steering wheel, the turn signal.
I wonder if the car
glove box,
smelled.
container as well.
And you don't actually conduct the DNA analysis when you're doing the swabs. What do you do with the swab once you conduct a swab, for instance, of a door handle?
Yeah. So each swab is put into its individual swab box, and a evidence number is taken for each individual swab, and then that is sent. Well, in this case, it was sent to Colorado, but normally it would be sent to whatever lab is processing it for DNA.
So I want to go to the photos now. We can start with People's Exhibit 294.
Exhibities. We got some exhibities. See what it is. You know, I thought I'd hate this WebEx, but I actually kind of like it. I mean, it could be zoomed in a little bit tighter because there's a lot of wasted space.
Slow in Colorado. We'll get up there and start stuff. While we're doing that,
Better than just
did you
audio
indicate
like
the
in the
VIN
Lori
number of
Vallow
this particular
trial.
van that you were searching back on March 26th?
I did in my report.
And would that, I'm sure you don't have it memorized, right?
Not at all.
Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay, can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
This is page
Wonder
51.
if the judge ever says no. I'm getting punchy. It's the afternoon.
Bottom paragraph of your report. You annotate the
Nobody's
VIN number
talking
for
in
the
the
van that
chat.
you searched?
Yes.
Could you just tell us what that is?
1 F T Y E 2 C M 7 K K B 3 2 6 6 7.
Okay, thanks. I can retrieve the report.
Everybody in this courtroom is so pleasant.
All right, now we've got People's Exhibit 294 up there. Can you tell the jury what 294 shows?
This is the front of the vehicle that we searched and processed. This the vehicle is inside of the vehicle examination bay at the Rhode Island State Police Headquarters.
We can go to 295, please. What do we see in 295?
This is the interior of the vehicle, and it's the showing mostly showing the front passenger side with the door open.
Are these the only two seats in that vehicle?
Yes.
296. What do we see in 296?
296 is this is a divider that separates the occupant area from the cargo area of the van.
And are those holes within that divider?
Yes.
Is there access to get to the back from the driver's cab area through those dividers? Do they open?
Yes.
Is it a door or what is it?
It's a door.
We can go to 297 now. What do we see in 297?
This is the view from the slider door is open on the passenger side, and so the photograph shows the view of the rear interior rear of the van, and then at the back of the photograph, the two doors, the two rear doors, which are closed.
And what kind of material is the bottom area of this cab area that we see here?
It's like a thick rubber.
298. What do we see in 298?
So we're inside of the van now, and this photograph is showing the rear doors, which are closed. So it's inside looking towards the back of the van.
Are there any windows in the cargo area of this van?
No.
We can go to 299 now. What do we see in 299?
This photograph was taken with the rear doors open, facing towards the front of the van, the separated divider between the cargo portion and the occupant portion.
Are those the doors you alluded to earlier that we see in the center of the picture?
Yes, that's that's how you can access the cargo part of the van from the passenger part.
And does those doors open from both sides, or do you know?
Not certain.
Okay. We can go to 300. What do we see in 300?
300 is angle. The photograph is angled to show the majority of that floor section in the rear of the van.
301. What do we see in 301?
So 301 is from inside of the van facing the cargo doors, which lead to the passenger side.
Can we zoom in on that handle? to see
Yes,
what
please.
it looks like. So can you describe the handle to these cargo doors?
It's like a,
recollection.
it's like a little latch, so you can, it just opens.
Do you know whether or not there's a latch on the other side?
There is. There's a handle on the other side.
All right. We go to 302 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 302?
So 302 is a close-up of a like an animal toy that was underneath the front passenger seat.
And we see a placard there with the number 14. Can you tell the jury what that is?
So each time the evidence was taken from the vehicle, we took a number. So placard 14 represents this is evidence number 14.
We can go to 303 now. What do we see in 303?
We took the dog toy out from underneath the seat because you couldn't really see it well in the photograph. So this is the dog toy up next to the placard.
And did you collect that? Looks
Yeah.
like a dog bone or something, a rubber dog
Yeah,
bone.
it's like a rubber dog toy bone.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 304. What do we see in 304?
304 is the inside of the glove box, which is right in front of the front passenger seat.
And did you collect a Verizon phone calling card from this glove box?
Yes.
Using People's Exhibit 304, there's a pointer up there somewhere. It's old school pointer. It's like a
Red handle to your left.
Yeah.
There you go.
Don't disparage
Can you
old
point out
school.
if we can see part of the Verizon calling card in this photograph.
I'm so old school. We used to have to
You're
use
not the
that big
first one.
shop vac to get the dust off the chalkboard erasers. That's
We
how
can go
old
to
I am.
305. Now, what do we see in 305?
305 is the front side of that Verizon prepaid like phone card.
And again, this would be placard 16.
Yes.
And is that correlated in your report when you're discussing evidentiary items?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to 306. What do we see in 306?
306 is the rear side of that Verizon phone card.
And does it have identifying information with regards to that phone card where someone may be able to go back and track that phone card to a particular phone?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Were you asked to do that?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned applying some chemical to the back of the van. Why did you do that, and what was the chemical device used for?
So there were numerous stains that we noted throughout the interior of the van, and to include the rear of the van. And so in this particular one, we used two different chemicals. We used Hemastix and we used Blue Star.
Let's talk about Blue Star. What is Blue Star designed to do?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood. So it reacts, causes a reaction if there are blood, but it's a presumptive test, so it may not be blood, but it would react and it causes the color change.
And is that used in your prior field, for instance, to see whether or not areas of the van should be swabbed to look to see if it is actually blood?
Yes.
And is that one of the reasons why you might apply the Blue Star, is to perhaps you can't see certain items with the naked eye, and this will help enhance that?
Correct. Yes.
So what kind of chemicals is the Blue Star designed to pull?
So the Blue Star reacts with it's the lead portion of the heme or part of the hemoglobin inside of blood.
Did you
Or
say
iron, I'm
lead
sorry,
version
iron,
of
not
hemoglobin?
lead.
And so when you apply that, what do you
there
see?
lead in
if, for
hemoglobin?
instance, there's something that may be blood.
So
I'm serious.
is
There's
a
lead
color
in
change which
hemoglobin?
goes to a bluish.
Here's
what I
found.
And are you able to photograph that and capture that?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 307 now? What do we see in People's Exhibit
Oh.
307?
Siri says,
We had
iron
cut a
deficiency,
portion of the
deficiency
rear
proven
floor
cause of
mat
anemia
out,
leads to increase in
subsequent
the
to testing.
absorption of lead
And why did
in
you
blood.
cut this
Did
portion out?
not know that. We learned something new.
Areas of this portion we noted had a colored reaction, so a positive reaction with when Blue Star was applied.
And so just for context, in People's Exhibit 307, what are we seeing here? What area of this rubber mat that you described earlier are we talking about in the cargo area?
So it would be the area directly behind where the driver is, extending to over halfway towards where the passenger would sit, and then towards the rear of the vehicle.
We can go to 308 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 308?
So 308 is the cutout section, and you could it's discolored because that the darker portion is still wet from where we applied the Blue Star.
And you labeled that with placard 17?
Yes.
Now, did you or someone from your agency ship this to Colorado for further analysis?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 309 now? What are we seeing in People's Exhibit 309?
309 is some of that color change that's noted when the Blue Star was applied to the mat in the rear of the cargo area.
And so is this the area that we just talked about that you cut out based on, I assume, this photograph?
Yes.
And is that what Blue Star would react to for presumptive or iron or blood?
Yes.
Did you also send the Verizon card and this rubber dog bone to Colorado as well?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Me.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Cross-examination. How you doing, sir?
Good, sir.
How's your trip?
It was fine, thank you.
Oh, we've got a cross-examination.
I got in yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. So, do you know how this van, do you know how to get to Rhode Island?
I'm not sure how it got to Rhode Island. I know it was.
Didn't they just follow the GPS thing?
Seized how it got to my agency.
Sure, but you don't know how it got from South Carolina to Rhode Island?
I do not.
Do you know how many people had rented that van in between when it was dropped off in South
Fair
Carolina?
question.
No.
And you guys are you guys are assisting some other agencies in this investigation.
Yes.
I mean, there was nothing to indicate that any of this crime took place in the state of Rhode Island.
That's correct.
And you basically got a call from the FBI asking if you guys could help out.
That's correct.
And one thing, because it was in Rhode Island, then you guys had to do a search warrant to a Rhode Island judge.
Yes.
Did you assist in doing that search warrant, or was that done by somebody else?
That was done by someone else.
Okay. Did you review that search warrant?
No.
Okay. And then as whether or not there was blood or whatever in that van and whose blood that might have been, that wasn't something for you to figure out. That was then, let me rephrase it. That was a bad question.
That
To
was a
see
bad question.
If that was blood or whose blood that might have been and what you did, you ship that off to Colorado and let them, so they can run whatever test to make that determination.
That's correct.
You right now have no idea if that actually was blood or whose blood that might have been.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Oh, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Gressel?
Didn't they test it for DNA?
Sir, you may step down. Watch your step. Step down.
Okay, so 5:31, 20 minutes. We got another
Counsel, if you
20
would repeat
minutes.
The exhibits for the court reporter, please.
I'm telling you, they're just
And
rifling
prosecution
through
calling
these
next witness,
witnesses.
please.
Your Honor, Catherine Beckel.
Cross-examination lasted 2 minutes, people.
Ms. Bethel, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Witness number 9 today.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth.
Oh,
whole
this
truth,
is
and
the
nothing but truth.
detective in
Go ahead and
Colorado.
seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
This will be good.
Well, it should be good.
Good
Uh,
afternoon. Hi. Would you state your name for the record?
Catherine Beckel.
And in
Catherine with a
2020,
K?
February of 2020, January of 2020, where did you work?
I was a dispatcher at the El Paso County Sheriff's
She never
Office.
asked them to spell.
And how long were you a dispatcher for?
At that point in time, approximately 2 years.
And in terms of the role of a dispatcher, can you explain generally what a dispatcher does to the jury?
I thought she was a detective.
As dispatcher, we handle
Oh,
the incoming 911 and non-emergent calls, gather all necessary information for that call, and then dispatch out the appropriate response, whether that be law, fire, or medical.
And in terms of distinguishing between emergency calls versus non-emergency calls, how did that process work?
Well, normally the emergency calls would come in on 911. Given the information that we receive, would kind of classify if that was an emergency or not, whether that did need an immediate response. We handle everything on 911 for the most part, unless it needed kind of a lengthier phone call.
So if a person calls into 911 and the dispatcher determines that it's really a non-emergent call, what do you do?
We tell them to call back on the non-emergent number. That way we're not tying up a 911 line, and still get them the help that they need, but without tying up the line for people that did have an emergency.
And you give them particular non-emergent telephone number to the caller?
Correct. Yeah, we always get that to them.
Okay. In terms of then also triaging calls, how is a call placed into 911? How is that call categorized? Where does that information come from?
So it's based on the information that we receive, what the caller is stating is going on, and then we put it in our call screens, a length or a lot of different call types that it could be, and based on those call types is what decides the priority of the call. So it's all kind of set in our computer system.
Okay. And in terms of being on duty on February 27th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Beckel, if you can take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 208 and 209. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
From authenticating the call.
Okay, and we'll start with People's Exhibit 208. What is that?
Oh, we're probably going to
Did you have
listen
an
to the
opportunity
911 call.
review, what was on People's Exhibit 208?
Yes, I did. That was the original 911 call that was placed first.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 209, what is that?
That is the non-emergent call from when we told the caller to call back on the non-emergent line.
Okay. And to be clear, are you the call taker, or sorry, the dispatcher that's receiving both calls?
No, I received the non-emergent call. Another dispatcher took the original 911 call.
Okay, I got to clarify this.
And you explained that as a receiving information that comes through on that emergency line, certain bits of information taken via the caller and the dispatcher asked that person for some basic information. Is that right? And so some of that basic information, would that also include asking the caller to identify themselves?
Yes.
Okay. So in People's Exhibit 208, when you listen to that, was there an identification made in People's 208 and
Yes.
209 that are the same name as the
Yes.
caller? And when you listen to People's Exhibit 208 and 209, do you recognize the person who's calling into those lines? Do you recognize that voice?
I'm sorry, do I recognize it like personally or from the?
Well, when you listed Exhibit 209, you said that that was a call that you were on.
Yes.
And when you listen to that call in relation to Exhibit 208, Is the caller calling into those lines? Does that appear to be the same voice when you listen to both of those exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in terms, again, as you testified, the person calling in identified as the same name for both calls?
Yes.
And what was the name that that caller identified in both exhibit 208 and 209?
Tisha.
Last name? Thank you. And People's Exhibit 208 and 209, is that an accurate representation of the calls that were placed to the emergent line and the non-emergent line?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
Defense,
Oh, we get to listen to them.
208 and 209 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish momentarily?
You may, this is audio only, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Now, Ms. Beckel, as a seasoned call taker with over 2 years of experience with the Sheriff's Office, you had an opportunity to both listen to these calls and in the hallway. And I'll ask you some questions about that after we listen to these exhibits, okay? At this time, we'll publish People's Exhibit 208.
Okay.
Picture of your emergency. Well, 662 Manson Drive, Colorado Springs. I think that one looks like make sure I have this here correctly. 627 Mandan Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling. 843-7460. Your name?
Boy, the reception is bad.
If I'm physical emergency or non-emergency, sorry, I can barely talk, but my someone's going to be on at 6 o'clock and it's under 7. So, like, always friend's house. He's going to be at his friend's
Look at
house.
her
And
hair.
they said he wasn't there and the other said he never came there. So I don't know any other people calling out. And I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else here. He's a public, and I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yes. Okay. What's the name? Gannon. For me? G-O-N.
That's as big as I can get the picture
C-H.
or the video.
Okay. I got it covered. I can barely look. Should I have it? I'm going to give you, we have multiple questions we have to ask you. We don't want to tie up an emergency.
Sorry, people, for the garble sound. It's not my.
I didn't know which number to call. Yeah, okay.
It's not on my end. That's what they gave us.
Okay, go ahead. What time?
Lo siento.
490 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. I call that now. I already have the call built. So, back to tomorrow. Where we left off. I think.
And for the record, Your Honor, that was People's Exhibit 208, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in length.
2 minutes, 20
This time,
seconds.
we'll publish,
We heard 2
People's
minutes
Exhibit
and 20.
209.
The other guy, like 2 witnesses ago, was talking about the time and he said 2:20. Weird.
And they said I had to call this number because my 11-year-old son was supposed to come home at 6. But he didn't. I know someone said that, like, we went to both his friend's house and they said he wasn't there. And it's kind of like feeding and stuff like that.
I'll switch the video back to the two of you after
Mandan, M-A-N-D-A-N.
after the witness resumes speaking.
What is your son's name? I'm sorry, what? What is your son's name? Gannon, G-A-N-N-O. Middle name. Jacob. And when was the last game? Maybe around like what time did you guys get off the phone? 3:30 maybe. Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be back home at 6. So we let him all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, they ride bikes, do everything together. No. Or G-Man, but I mean, that's kind of like something parents call him, but not friends. Why? Is he? Oh my God. Oh, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. I'm sorry. I really do. I 4 foot. Hey. My sister's 90 pounds. What's her hair color? His eye color? What is this complexion? Fair. Latino? No. 9/29/08. Sorry, my hands are shaking. I'm freaking out. You know what social security number? Not off the top of my head. It's in the house. That's me. It's no. 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 Any glasses? No, no glasses. I mean, unless you left with your shades on, but I mean, we don't have glasses. What's he wearing today? He had on a blue jacket, zipped up, blue and shoes, tennis shoes. He takes Vyvanse every day. Sorry, what was that? He takes Vyvanse for ADHD every day.
Vyvanse is like an Adderall, Ritalin. It's in that family.
You know, I mean, he just sees a counselor for mental health for the ADHD, but that's it. Isn't it alcohol or drugs? No. No. Physical attributes? Anything unique? No, just white boys down here. Yeah. He does, but we haven't found it in the house yet, so we're not sure if he had it. You know, he was using it earlier today. Hold on. Daughter's calling me. I'll give it in a minute because she went looking at the parts. All right, let's see. Okay, you didn't find in there. That's why I want to make sure before I had you do all this. 843 04 7 24. And you know, is it a tracker? It should be.
The glitchy audio is their end, not me. Please don't give me a thumbs down like somebody did yesterday. It's not my fault.
Yeah. Mom and Dad. What is your email address? It's CECIA and then LYNN 2006 at yahoo.com.
Ooh, she's gonna get some hate mail now.
That's to make sure I have it right. Word Charles them. Young Nora 2006 at Yahoo. No, but last night, okay, so there were some things happened last night, and today, weird with my husband, we can tell him the officer about or whatever, but I don't know that would have been anything he would have been worried about. He's never been in trouble, straight A student. Okay, so what are these specific circumstances? My husband messaged me earlier in the day and said something like, he was asking about some friend wanting to play games, and then he started asking him about what was bath salt. Was like, tell him how bad bath salt was and explain it to him earlier. So that was the only thing that was pretty weird at all. I've been taking a look at him. We went to the neighbor's house that he always plays with that we know pretty well. We went to the other neighbor's house. My daughter just went to see Ray Park, and he's not there. Not that I'm aware of. Okay, and who's missing him? I guess me. Where was he when he was watching? He was in the house, and I was working out and routine every day. They have to play outside so many hours when it's nice before they get technology, and that was what he was supposed to be doing. Okay. When you left, was he on foot or did he have a bike, a skateboard with him? Well, his bike is here. Okay. Doesn't have a skateboard. Yeah, not here. And was he with anyone when he left? I don't know that. I was in the house. And my husband let them, walk around the neighborhood with the rest of the kids and things like that. So I don't even know any of the parents. I had to call him to get them their address. Carry any weapons? No, not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. Is there a certified one for mental illness? No. I'm not sure if I should make contact with you, okay? Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
For the purposes of the record, that was People's Exhibit 209. That was 8 minutes and 7 seconds long.
All right.
Ms. Beckel, in terms of your work with the Sheriff's Department being a dispatcher receiving calls for service, have you received calls for service similar in subject matter to this?
Yes.
Okay. And over the course, how many similar type of subject matter related calls would you estimate that you'd received?
That's hard to put a number on, probably upward of 50.
Okay. In terms of being on those calls with a reporting party, a parent, for example, how would you describe the demeanor of the person identifying themselves as Letecia Stauch on those phone calls?
Normally, if we had a child of that age that hasn't run away before, I would expect a little more, be scared a little more anxiety over the issue. But it seems in par for all other runaway calls that we normally take for older aged children.
So comparing, again, the calls that you've been on when you receive reports of a missing child, was this similar or dissimilar?
It's similar.
It was similar?
Mhm.
The tone of the caller's voice was similar?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
I would say it was similar given the majority of runaway calls that we take. We don't get many for 11-year-old children. I would say for children that we get runaway calls for that young, that it wasn't as similar.
It was not as similar.
Yes.
And to be clear, the date and time that the call was first placed to the emergent line for the sheriff's office, do you recall what that time was?
I do not.
In receiving those calls, our reports generated incident reports that record basic information as you input it into the system.
Yes, it is.
And that's based on input that both you're putting in
Correct.
and also maybe automatic timestamps that a system may generate?
Correct. There should have been an automatic one when the 911 call was placed, as well as, I believe, when anyone was dispatched out.
And as you're receiving these calls, this is information that you are reviewing real time as you're receiving these calls?
Yes.
And would reviewing that incident report refresh your recollection as to the specific time, the first time a phone call came into the emergent line?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the witness what's date stamped as 3810 through 3812. Ms. Beckel, if you could take a moment to review the specific time the first call came in. Don't read directly from it, but just take a moment to review that. That refresh your recollection as to the time that first call came in?
Yes, it does.
What time and date did the first call to the emergent line come in?
It was January 27th at 18:55, so 6:55 p.m.
And based on the call then being routed to the non-emergent line, are you able to tell what time approximately the call was placed to the non-emergent line?
Yes, can I refer back?
Yes, if that would refresh your recollection.
Thank you. Yes, so that call came in at approximately 19:02, so 7:02 p.m.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm very good. So from what I'm kind of gathering from you, not uncommon to get calls regarding kids who aren't home when they're supposed to be home.
Correct.
And you kind of run the gamut of, emotions. If it's a 15-year-old that's not home when they're not supposed to be home, not that emotional or less emotion. And if it's a 5-year-old who may be 10 minutes late from being home, you may get a lot of emotion.
Correct.
And this was an 11-year-old. And so the emotion was somewhere in between the 15 and the 5-year-old.
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? No? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Prosecution, can I next witness, please?
Yeah. Yeah, we would call Sergeant Rosario Hubble. You may approach and collect these exhibits.
You may, yes. Sergeant Hubble, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
It's Rosario S. Hubble, last name Hubble, Hubbell.
Why don't we spell Rosario too?
Rosario is Rosario.
Your nickname's Rocky?
I go by Rocky, a little easier than Rosario. Sometimes it's a tongue twister.
I'm not gonna have you spell that, all right? What is your occupation?
I'll apologize first. I'm recovering from a chest cold, as you can hear, so I hope my voice lasts. I may have to
Half the
clear.
room is recovering from that same chest cold.
Okay. So you all understand if I have to clear my throat. I apologize. I work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently employed as the sergeant for the patrol midnight shift.
And there's some water to your right if you need some.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. How long you been with the sheriff's office?
16 years.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role in the sheriff's office?
I was assigned as the major crimes sergeant for the investigations division.
And how many sergeants were with the major crimes unit back then?
One sergeant. So there were 4 sergeants in the investigations division. I was assigned the major crimes unit.
Okay. So the major crimes unit, what kind of cases do you investigate? What kind of cases do you get involved in?
Okay, major crimes, so assaults, major assaults, armed robberies, homicides, major child abuse cases where there's felony level charges, which would mean that there are severe injuries to a child. My team also takes on cold case work and missing and runaway persons.
That last category you just mentioned, is that how you became involved in this investigation?
That is how I became involved, yes.
So back in January of 2020, specifically January 27th of 2020, were you familiar that an individual by the name of Gannon Stauch went missing and was not able to be found?
So I believe the missing persons report came in on the night of the 27th.
Okay.
I was unaware of that.
When did you become
I
aware?
became aware the morning of the January 28th.
Tell the jury how you became aware of that.
I was at the office working, and I had received a request from the Fountain Police Department saying that they would offer assistance if we needed any assistance with the missing 11-year-old, which was the first I became aware of the report that patrol had taken. It was at that time that I got my team spun up and got them en route to the 6627 Mandan address and started trying to get information on what patrol had learned at that point and where we were. Because I was just getting started when Fountain had reached out to us. I had no idea that we were looking for anybody at this point.
Okay. And so did you stay with the investigation as it progressed through time?
I was the supervisor over that for the entire period, yes.
And so could you describe to the jury how the investigation progressed through time? We talked about it starting as a runaway or missing persons. Where did it eventually go?
So yes, we started out as a missing person runaway case. We then got detectives involved. Detectives started to run a standard procedure for a missing persons case. We went out, we started to do things like ask for anything that might have a sample of Gannon's DNA on it. We wanted to get a comparative sample. And we started worst case scenarioing at that time, if I could say that word, which is part of our protocol to start building that up. As we started to go into our investigation, we started to get a lack of cooperation from Ms. Stauch, who was our reporting party. At that point, we knew that we needed to put more resources into locating Gannon. We were very concerned at this point. We didn't know the who, what, why, and where, but we definitely knew that with an 11-year-old missing for the time period that we had now, things were not going to end well if we couldn't find him immediately. So we started ramping up from that missing person to potentially an abducted child. I reached out to CBI, tried to figure out what they wanted for an Amber Alert. We didn't have any information on that would match an abducted child because we didn't have a suspect. I didn't have a vehicle. And at that point, that's when we started to expand. We started getting our search and rescue teams involved. There were obviously very many community groups that put together teams of people that were out searching. We immediately turned our missing persons runaway team into the entire investigations division. So not only was my major crimes unit, which is 4 detectives, that's all we have. It was the rest of the unit. So all of the detectives that were available were now working full-time on this case.
And as the investigation progressed, were you relying on what the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was telling you, being that she was the last person to see Gannon?
That was our main focus, was what information could Ms. Stauch provide to help us locate Gannon, yes.
And did that lead to several searches and search warrants of 6627 Mandan Drive, the residence where Gannon lived?
Yes.
And did the first search happen on really January 27th when first patrol officers went there and did a cursory search looking for Gannon in the house?
That was the first one, correct? Yes.
And did it progress all the way through February?
Yes, it did.
And each time you went out there, did you learn more about what may have happened to Gannon at that residence?
Yes, each search provided more information and helped develop the investigation and help push it further every time.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches?
I was out there, I would say for a few of them. I would say that would constitute majority.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to February 3rd of 2020. Do you recall going out to that residence to do a search on that date?
I do recall doing some work out at the address on February 3rd, yes.
Okay, 6627 Mandan Drive.
At that, yes, that address.
I don't want to get into all the details of the search, but I want to turn your attention to Gannon's room. Did you have an understanding where Gannon's room was prior to February 3rd, 2020?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and noticed in Gannon's room on February 3rd, 2020 that may have escalated the investigation to a homicide.
So we had denoted that there was blood evidence in the room, on the walls, on an electrical socket. The blood evidence that was located was very hard to see. It wasn't easily visible to the human eye. This is when we come back to the address, and we wanted to use Blue Star chemical that would give us a presumptive test if we were able to locate blood that's not visible to the human eye. It lights up under blue light. It gives us a luminescence, and it tells us we want to concentrate on that spot. That was presumptive hit for blood. We went to Gannon's room. I specifically went down there. Due to the blood evidence that I could visibly see, it appeared to me that the blood had been cleaned up. I was interested in an electrical socket that was down near the borderline of the wall. There was carpet underneath, and if there had been a large presence of blood, sometimes cleaning that blood, you can push the blood through to the backside of the carpet or into the pad. So the carpet was pulled back. I had a patch that I believed was possible blood. So it was very stiff, appeared to be cleaned. And I had reached out and touched that portion and realized that when I reached out and touched it, I wasn't wearing gloves at the time. So I made a note in my report that I had touched that area, didn't glove up. If we were able to pull any DNA, I'd have to provide a sample.
Sure, go ahead.
But I was able to pull the carpet back at that point and notice that there was saturation through the carpet into the carpet pad, and that there was staining on the cement that appeared all to be from blood stain.
And did that escalate the investigation at that point?
Yes, absolutely.
And was the location of this area that you just described that you touched that soaked through the padding into the concrete, was that directly below Gannon's bed?
It would have been in a location where Gannon's bed would have been, yes.
Now, as a result of this, did that lead you to look for a bloodstain pattern expert to come in and perhaps do an analysis on Gannon's wall and the bedroom?
Yes, that did. It led us to reach out.
And who did you reach out to?
We reached out to Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner. I took a crime scene reconstruction class, became certified in level 1 crime scene reconstruction. And my instructor was Mr. Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner. And I had went through my chain of command and suggested that Tom Griffin be contacted to see if he would be able to assist in analyzing the scene for us.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned Blue Star. Do you recall talking about the Blue Star?
I remember previously, yes.
And was there a large amount of Blue Star used within the entire residence at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, there was a lot of Blue Star used.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches where Blue Star was being used?
For the most part, yes.
And on February 25th of 2020, did you go out with a video recorder and document 6627 Mandan Drive, the entire residence, to kind of summarize where the Blue Star was placed, where evidentiary items were, where rooms were, and things like that?
Yes, I did head out to 6627 Mandan, and I took a video recorder with me. And due to the complexity of the scene, it's hard to sit down in a report and put down cardinal directions to tell you that this house generally faces north. We're talking about a bedroom that was in the south east corner of the residence. So I used the video recorder to go to that residence, 6627 Mandan Drive, and record the entire residence so that there would be an optical capture of the scene.
And would that video assist the jury in understanding the layout of the house, where the Blue Star was applied, and things of that nature?
I think it would help clarify quite a bit, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Can I hand you what's been marked as 372? Do you recognize that disc?
I do recognize it.
And what is that disc?
This is the disc that has the video that I captured of the residence.
And does that actually depict the entirety of the video that you took on March 25th, 2020 of 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, this includes the entirety of that video.
Move to admit 372.
Defense? For an objection? Exhibit 372 will be admitted.
Yeah, I think it's approximately 22 minutes long. I don't know if you want to play it or do you want to take a break first, however the court wants.
Let's take a break first and then we can play it all in its entirety. Otherwise, yeah, let's take a break first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent investigation about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you
Break
back
time,
at 3:25.
people. Break
All rise for the
time.
jury, please.
All rise for the jury. So, what do y'all think of what's gone on today? We had some, well, let's see. We are on witness number 10. I apologize. I went outside. It's absolutely beautiful. So I don't know who witness number 10, what his name is. I apologize. We've gotten some support on our channel through Venmo. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You know, it's tough when we start these new channels. We work for free, which, you know, isn't all that bad because it's rewarding work. But yeah, so that was kind of cool. Yeah, so we are on witness number 10. And let's just go through my notes. We have got day 6, witness 10. So first witness of the day, of course, was Dakota Lowry. If you haven't checked out my 1 minute and 4 second video I posted right out of the chute this morning, Dakota Lowry is Letecia's brother. And you may have heard me tell the story last time we had a break. But he raised his hand, did the oath, spelled his name, and shouted at Letecia. He said, "Why, Tecia? Why?" And he was crying, and the judge is like, "Well, let's let the jury leave." So jury left for a couple minutes. Judge talked to the witness for a little bit, and then Jurors came back in. I mean, that was like the first thing that happened, the first 2 minutes. So if you didn't have a chance to see that, I posted it on both my Rumble and YouTube channels. Yeah, so that was interesting. Second witness, I did not write down. Third witness was a budget rental employee named Joshua. Then we had the fourth witness was Jacob Abden Shan. Apologize, I don't know how to pronounce it. He was a deputy sheriff in the patrol division of El Paso County. Then we had Detective Rogers, who inspected the Apple iPhone 8 Plus. He is with the Colorado Springs Police Department, Digital Forensics. The next witness, witness 6, Robert Sirois. He was a Colorado Springs detective for El Paso Sheriff's Department. He searched Letecia's rental car. Then we had witness 7, John Watton, also with budget rental. Then we had Mr. John Grassel, retired detective, lieutenant, Rhode Island State Police. He processed the rental van in Rhode Island. We looked at some exhibits for that. That was this afternoon. He was the so witness 7 and 8 were this afternoon. Then we had witness 9, which was Catherine Bethel. She was the 911 non-emergency call dispatcher in Colorado. The court played exhibits 208 and 209, which were the 911 calls, non-emergency ones. And then number 10 is mystery guy that came on the stand when I was outside. So it looks like, I think he said be back at like 1:15. So since, I don't know if you heard or not, but YouTube took my video down yesterday afternoon during the afternoon break because I was playing music videos and they didn't like it. So I'm not going to do that. But I am not seeing any comments in the chat. Again, thank you to a couple people who donated so generously on my Venmo. I really appreciate it. There's 3 ways that you can contribute with these new channels. I've put the links in the descriptions below. There's a buy me a coffee link is what it's called. Rumble, they do have Rumble Rants, which us newbies are eligible for. YouTube, we can't get super chats or anything like that until we have 1,000 subscribers. And if you've looked at my number of subscribers over there, I have a long way to go. And then I've got my Venmo, which is what a couple people have contributed to today. So thank you. I feel loved. All right. So I guess we'll see in about 5-ish minutes. And I'll just maybe put on a little music. See you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Start chatting. Whoop, I'm back. think they're coming back. I think. I could be wrong.
Sort of, you can go ahead and step down, and we'll bring a jury in and start the video.
They're coming back, people. Afternoon session. Camera 1. I got some Venmos. I'm so excited.
All rise for the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, when it's time.
I need to find that clip of Judge Newman. All rise for the jury. Bring the jury. Good, I'll be able to know what this guy's name is. No, here in Minnesota, we go from freezing cold. There's still snow on the ground, but the last 2 days it's been like 60, 70. And last week it was like 10. Wow, maybe 20, 30. But just the last couple of days, the snow is finally melting and we can see grass, albeit brown grass. At least we can see it. Just like in a few days. We've never had snow really this late.
This is Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Sergeant
It's
Hubble.
Wednesday, approximately 2 p.m. on February 25th. This is 6627 Mandan Drive from the exterior.
Okay, this is the sergeant's body cam. So I'm going to just put that full screen. How's that, people? If you want to watch Letecia, get it right, Shannon. If you want to watch Letecia, then I have to shrink this window that we're looking at down to fit them both in side by side.
Wait.
But she just
And then
sits
look
and
until you're
hides
ready
behind
here.
the monitor and shrinks in the wall anyway. So what's the difference? Okay, so now we're gonna watch body cam footage. Eventually. I need a snack. I have kitten underneath my feet. Poppy, she just turned 1. She's sleeping on the ottoman. I'll take a picture and I'll post it. Okay, here we go, people. Body cam footage.
This is the front entry into 6627 Mandan Drive. This would be from the front door. This is the upper level of the home. There are 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and living room area, and a sliding glass door to the backyard. Where Lena stays. room area. Our main hallway. This enters into the master bedroom.
I'm going to post a Zillow link to this house if you want to see the pictures on there.
Area. We'll move into the garage.
I was under the impression she was going to be there, but I guess he's just meandering around, so there's no audio really, other than an occasional comment from him.
Since we're in the garage, I will start with some points of interest.
Those are the boards that she said he cut his foot on. Gannon cut his foot on.
The 4 planks that you see on the ground are in the position they were during the first call when Gannon was reported to be missing. You can see that the tops of the boards have been sawed off. These were collected after a blood reagent called Blue Star was used on the ends of the 4 boards that had been cut, and there was a positive reaction. That positive reaction gives us a presumptive that blood was present on those boards. On the garage floor,
So maybe she was telling the truth that he actually did.
in the
cut it.
area that we're looking at between the broom, the cord, and the empty space on the floor, there were some Blue Star reactions on the floor in this area. They were in the form of droplets. They were not very large. As we move from the concrete to the stairs, there was a Blue Star reaction on the stair showing a potential possible partial shoe impression that, again, with it being Blue Star, that reaction tells us it's presumptive for blood. Moving up into the laundry area, the tile in the laundry room did have positive reaction to the Blue Star, again telling us the potential presence for blood. They were small hits in the laundry area. Basically, they were droplet size, not much larger than that. If we close the laundry room door to the garage, You can see that there is still blood on the door and on the door handle. This would be the door leading into the garage. We'll turn around in the laundry room. The last blue star hit of note was down at the baseline where the tile meets the carpet. It would be in your right-hand side of the frame where the doorway begins, and that frame for the doorway, there was a hit with the blue star agent right where the carpet meets the tile and meets the threshold for the doorway. That hit then led to us moving into the living room area. Again, this was the upstairs living and kitchen room area. You'll see the carpet area here. The carpet area in focus had a reaction to the blue star. The carpet appears ripped in this area. That rip is for checking the underside of that carpet to look for saturation, and there was none found. The stairs were then tested with the blue star reagent. There were positive hits on the stairs. They were small drop patterns, not much larger than a quarter for most of the stains. There was more of a reaction from the blue star, showing that there was heavy cleaning going on. The cleaning reacts with the blue star, but it does not provide an immediate reaction. It provides a slow illuminating reaction after some time, which indicated to us that there was some cleaning of the stairs and this landing area prior to heading down the stairs. There was luminol reaction on this landing. You can see that the carpet is not in its proper position. That carpet has also been pulled up underneath the carpet to check for saturation stains to the other side, and none were located. The baseboards around this landing did illuminate when the blue star was applied, showing that presumptive reaction for blood. Continuing down the stairs into the basement, blue star was used on the stairs going down. The blue star reacted to the stairs. Again, these were small hits, quarter size, and some significant cleaning. This patch of carpet into the basement illuminated with blue star, showing that there was a lot of cleaning going on in this area. There was a very small single reaction to blue star at the base of the table. That again was about quarter size. As we hit the bottom of the stairs, this is the basement area of the residence.
Well, it sounds to me like he came
If you
in.
continue around
Be quiet.
to the right, you will see that there is a closet. It's a storage closet. We have a bedroom down here, all the way to the right.
It was supposedly where she put the suitcase before they left on their trip.
This would have been Harley's bedroom. We have another bathroom area. This bedroom has a closet attached to it.
I was talking, I didn't notice if he said if there was blood in the storage room. I must rewind later.
In the storage closet. In the living room, we have the couch. The area removed from the couch was the area that candle wax was located. This was in the area for the Sunday night candle event where the candle was reported to be knocked over. When it was knocked over, it ignited a fire in the carpet. Portion of the carpet that was originally cut out was in this area here. You can still see some of the padding where the burn mark for where the padding melted. This would be the area that the candle landed. While doing the search, the area next to the candle, Blue Star was used. There was a positive hit, again being presumptive for blood. So a larger portion of the carpet was then cut out and retained so that that could be tested. Moving back in the basement, heading back to the stairs where you came down. Again, Blue Star reacted in this area, showing a large cleaning event. We had a single hit or by this furniture leg, about the size of a quarter. You come around to the hallway. We have a storage room. And then if you continue to the right, you have Gannon's bedroom. Before going into Gannon's bedroom, there was Blue Star used in the hallway. It reacted, showing a small trail, which led to the storage area. On the floor in the storage area, you can see that there are several locations that have been marked with Sharpie. Those are areas that were illuminated with Blue Star and showed a presumptive for blood. That blood was present. There is a trail that leads back into the storage room towards the sump pump located in the corner. The trail ending at that box. All these boxes were removed. Blue Star was used on the entire room. It was just this particular trail that has been marked and highlighted that was located. There were no other presumptive positives for blood in the storage room. Backing out of the storage room, moving into Gannon's room. The room is normally set up so that the blue and red table is generally sitting underneath the window. This bed would be set up, ready to go. The second bed in the room would occupy this voided location, the southwest corner of the room. If you continue around in the room, there is a closet in the northeast corner of the room.
Oh my God, this is so sad.
Of note in Gannon's room is the large stain in the southeast corner of the room. The markings that you see on the wall are marking spatter marks
Look at all that.
that were denoted by the Metro Crime
Wow.
Lab. Each of
Oh,
these
this is so sad.
stickers is indicating a blood spatter pattern that was denoted and documented.
Ugh.
The carpet had a large stain that saturated through the carpet, through the padding, leaving this stain on the concrete. For marking purposes, a red Sharpie was used to outline the outskirts of the pattern, showing you how large the pattern actually is. Over here, you can see where the carpet and the padding, what they would look like if they were present. I will then reverse my steps, go back up to the living area. I will go out the sliding glass door and show you the reverse side of the side gate, showing you that it does not lock from the interior,
So sad.
but it locks from the exterior side. And that will conclude the video tour at that point.
I'm wondering if, you know, when he was doing the gate and the garage and stepped on the boards, if that just set her off. Because it looks like the majority of the blood was going down the stairs, bottom of the staircase, Gannon's room. And then there's a small, well, there is a little bit of blood over by the candle, but remember, you know, they had the candle thing. But I'm thinking the day he was murdered, I mean, it looks like he came in from outside, you know, cut his foot on the board like she said he did.
This
Came
would be
in,
the rear yard
and then
of
something terrible happened on the
6627.
stairs, bottom of the stairs, finished in his room. And then the trail from Gannon's room down the hallway into the storage room had to have been after he was gone. God, she's
This
a
portion
lovely
of the
woman.
fence has recently been removed. It was not the original position of that fence during our initial walkthrough of the scene. This is the exterior of the side gate leading to the front of the residence. As you can see, the rear side of this fence, or interior side of this fence, is not secured.
Didn't
It
Letecia?
is secured by the padlock
Oh, I was going to say.
on the front side of the gate.
So the padlock's on the front side of the gate. And she said
This will conclude the video tour of 6627 Mandan Drive by Sergeant Hubble.
Sergeant
Current time is approximately 2:23 p.m.
Right, Sergeant Hubble, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Hubble, by the time you shot this video on February 25th, 2020, had Al Stauch moved out of the residence and had the sheriff's department basically held that residence?
That is correct, yes.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Stauch moved out of the residence?
We have kitten and lap, don't we? She just turned one. Her
I don't
name's
recall.
Poppy.
That's fine. Those
I
are my
think she
questions,
wants
Jar.
to
Thanks.
have a
Cross-examination.
snooze.
Thank you.
Hi, Sergeant. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. So what date was this video taken?
I believe that was the, I have to relook at my notes again. I'm sorry. Blanking here from my cold.
Oh, okay. What,
It was late in February.
okay. What was the date of the actual Blue Star application? At the Marion
The
Drive address?
searches were several days prior to that.
Okay. And were you able to get any photographic evidence or video of the actual Blue Star illuminating or fluorescing under the dark lights?
I know one of the techs was having a hard time capturing their Blue Star hits. There were several different applications applied. So there were some that were captured and some that weren't. You'd have to speak with the crime scene techs to get a total on that.
Okay, but it looks like in your report, you were there at the house when the Blue Star was applied and that testing was being done, correct?
I was there, yes.
How many crime scene techs were there when the Blue Star was applied and, you know, everybody was marking on the ground with Sharpies, like, here's a hit, here's a hit, here's a hit. Do you remember how many people were there?
For the instance where the Blue Star illuminated in the storage area, which is the one where the Sharpies were used, we had 2 crime scene techs there. we had to pull all those boxes out. So I believe there was myself and I think 2 to 3 other detectives, I don't recall specifically, that were present as well.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, in the storage room, you had some hits that was marked or memorialized by Sharpie marks on the concrete, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like there's a wall of boxes. And then looks like there's some small hits that go right up to this wall of boxes, correct?
Yes.
Since you brought it up, and I just want to clarify, beyond the wall of boxes, there was a sump pump in the corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any markings or any hits near this sump pump?
There might have been some smaller hits closer, but it ended at the sump pump.
Okay. And were these hits, so beyond this wall of boxes, there were additional hits, is your
There
testimony?
may have been 1 or 2 hits, yes.
Okay.
The trail ends basically at the sump pump, so the boxes may have covered up 1 or 2 or 3 of the hits in that area.
Okay.
There wouldn't be any more than that.
But you took all the boxes out to make sure any positive hits for blood through the Blue Star were not covered.
Yeah,
up,
the room was
correct?
empty when they Blue Starred, yes.
Okay. And there would have been a photograph of every hit or some kind of documentation of every hit?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the Blue Star actually testing for?
The Blue Star is giving us a presumptive for, to get really specific, you'd need to talk to the crime lab about that.
Okay.
But it gives us the building blocks of blood, which is protein and iron.
Okay. So it's not actually presumptive for blood, it's presumptive for the presence of iron.
Well, for the chemicals that make up blood or the elements that make up blood.
One
That's
of
why
them-
it's a presumptive.
The
It
main
tells us
one
to
be-
test more.
One of the main elements of blood is iron, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if at any point there had been any swabs taken of some of the blood to test for DNA or blood match identification, anything like that?
On the presumptive hits?
Yes, or before the
Yeah,
Blue
the
Star
pres-
was done, was there like DNA swabs taken of any of these marks, any of these probable or likely blood spatter to
Yes,
to do testing?
there were swabs taken, yes.
Okay. Were you there at the house when the swabs were collected or taken?
Yes.
Okay. And presumably there was further testing done on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually collect the swabs or would that have been CSI technicians?
No, the CSI technicians would do that.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Poppy's
Redirect.
sleeping on my
Thank you.
lap. I switched
Do any of the
cameras.
jurors have any questions for Sergeant Hubble? Just write it down as support. Council would retrieve that, approach the bench, please.
Poppy's some therapy for us traumatized by that body cam footage. That was really hard to watch. Sad. Awful. That's why God created kittens. She's twitching her tail.
Sergeant Hubble, sorry. Sergeant Hubble, a blue star reacts with blood to make it visible. Does blue star in any way compromise the subsequent analysis of the collected blood sample?
That would be a great question for the crime lab. I don't know how they rule out what portion was Blue Star. When we go from presumptive to actually a final analysis, a scientist would be able to explain it to you better. They have a very pinpoint specific chemical makeup that they're looking for. When they say something's positive for blood, they mean it's 100% positive after lab testing. So I don't know what their process is. So I couldn't answer if they test out the Blue Star or if the Blue Star doesn't affect it at all. I don't know the answer.
Okay. And that that answer is helpful for the next question, which I'm not going to ask a lot of because I think it's more properly directed to other witnesses, but I will ask this question. Was the trash bin outside searched for evidence?
The night that the original search was done by my team, Sergeant Kurt Smith was there and present. And I believe he informed me that that trash can was looked at, yes, from my memory.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution,
No, thank you.
Mr. Cook? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Amanda Van Nest.
Sorry, last name?
Van Nest.
Van
VANEST.
Nest. Thank you. Ms. Van Nest, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Up there. Yep. Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
And Nest.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
This
the
is
truth?
witness number
Go
11,
ahead and have a seat in the
people.
witness stand. Please watch your step as you
They
step into the stand.
Rifle through these witnesses so fast. Witness.
Everybody's been doing that too.
Okay, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Amanda Van Nest, Amanda. My last name is 2 words, V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy, space, N as in Nancy, EST.
Ms. Van Nest, what work do you do?
I am a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital.
What is a forensic nurse examiner?
So a forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse that sees patients who are exposed to violence.
How long have you been doing that work?
I have been there and doing that for about 6.5 years.
Do you have some education that allows you to do that job?
I do.
Please tell the jury about that.
So I have my bachelor's of science in nursing and my registered nurse license through the state of Colorado. In addition to that, there was education that was that I took. It was a 64-hour course specific to forensic nursing. And then in addition to that, I did a full-time orientation for 12 weeks.
Do you have professional affiliations as well?
I do. I am affiliated with the International Association of Forensic Nurses.
Do you have particular certifications as well?
I do. I have my SANE adult adolescent and SANE pediatric certifications through the IAFN.
Do you also attend regular training?
I do.
Tell the jury about that, please.
So in order to maintain my specialized certifications, so my SANE A and SANE P, I have to, losing my words, I have to complete continuing education credits for that. And I believe off the top of my head, I'm trying to think, but I believe it's somewhere in the realm of 30 continuing education credits every 2 years for both of those certifications.
Perfect, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert as a forensic nurse examiner?
I have.
How many times?
Roughly 6.
What jurisdictions?
El Paso County.
Okay. Can you give the jury I guess a scope of what it means to be a forensic nurse examiner, just what you do in your day-to-day work?
Yes, so as a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital, because everywhere's a little bit different, but in terms of what I do, like I said, I see anybody who's been exposed to violence. So things that kind of follow under that umbrella are domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, physical assault, strangulations. And then in addition to that, we also are able to perform suspect evidence collections for law enforcement.
How do you determine that somebody's been exposed to violence?
We are notified either by the primary nurse that's caring for them, or if the patient has reported a sexual assault, we're notified by like the intake at the emergency room when they come in, the techs at intake or the providers in intake. of them at that time.
Okay. And I sort of jumped ahead a little bit here, but Your Honor, at this time I move for a qualification of Ms. Van Nest as an expert witness as a forensic nurse examiner.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we're talking about the way that you determine whether somebody's been exposed to violence, is that something that you typically will rely on? So other people will collect information, you'll review that information, and then determine a course of action onto how you're going to interact with that person as well?
A lot of times, typically, we get very minimal information from the primary nurse, from the provider, just that, hey, they're here and they're reporting, the specific situation. We would like you to see them. Or, hey, we're concerned that this could be going on. We would like you to see them.
And is it typical for you to rely on that sort of input from other nurses to give you that information?
Yes.
The types of information that you might get to determine that somebody's been exposed to violence, can that be a self-reported exposure to violence, meaning that a person is saying they have been a victim?
Yes.
Can it be that police potentially are bringing somebody in and they are saying this person has been a victim of violence?
Yes.
Are all of those fairly typical interactions or ways that you become involved in a case?
They are.
I want to jump into a particular investigation that we've been sitting here listening to witnesses from for a little over a week now, and that's the investigation into Gannon Stauch, who went missing on January 27th, 2020. Did you get involved in that investigation?
I did.
When did you get involved?
I became involved on January 29th, 2020.
What were the circumstances of you becoming involved in this case?
I was notified by the primary nurse that Letecia had come in to hospital reporting chest pain, and she was also reporting a sexual assault.
Do you know how she got to the hospital?
I cannot recall.
Do your the records that you would have
No,
would it
don't
be something
leave.
that would record that information?
It would.
Do you remember being told that it was by ambulance, that she was brought to the
Yes.
hospital by ambulance?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, she's leaving.
And you mentioned that you were told that Letecia, as you knew at the time, was suffering from chest pain and dizziness, I think you just said.
Yes, that's correct.
What about her condition? Was it stable, unstable?
Sorry.
It was stable at the time.
What does that mean when somebody's condition is stable?
That there wasn't anything that was life-threatening at that time.
Okay.
And
So-
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was deemed by the emergency room provider.
Okay. Do you also rely on information that is reported to you by EMS staff that is, like in this case, traveling with a patient by ambulance to the hospital?
Yes, I do.
What information did you get as it relates to that portion of the information?
At that time, I did not get report from the EMS staff. I had just gotten report from the primary nurse in the emergency room, as they were the ones that had spoken with EMS.
As a forensic nurse examiner, have you had a chance to review any records that have recollections of that information?
Yes.
And what was that information that EMS reported in those records?
To the best of my recollection, when going over that, that EMS had reported that she had reported chest pain along with sexual assault.
What about her interactions with people in the ambulance, as to would she talk sometimes and then not talk other times?
Best of my recollection, because I'm having a hard time remembering.
That's okay.
I know that she had not spoken a lot about the sexual assault.
Okay. And obviously this has been 3 years ago now, correct?
That is correct.
If I showed you a particular page, would it refresh your memory as to specifics as to what EMS reported in these records?
It would.
You know, I may approach and refresh memory.
You may, go ahead.
And just so that defense is tracking with me, I'm at pagination number 480068. I'm also, while I'm going up there just to save steps, going to provide the witness with People's Exhibits 340 through 353, which are photographs.
Yeah.
So if you could read this paragraph here and tell me when you're done, I'll retrieve that. for you.
Yes.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you remember there being a distinction in what EMS was reporting as to when Letecia would talk and when she would not talk?
Yes. It was reported by EMS that she would speak with them when law enforcement was not present. But then when law enforcement was present, she tended to be quiet and not talk, pretended to be asleep.
Did she also make any statements as to any neurological issues that she may be facing at that time?
Not to me.
Okay, but I'm talking to the EMS that's recorded in those records.
No.
Okay. Is it typical for when somebody comes in under this sort of a scenario that they would be provided a HIPAA form?
Yes.
What is HIPAA, first of all?
So HIPAA is basically the patient's right to privacy to protect their medical records. When they come in contact with me, that is one of the forms that I review with them.
So did you review this specific form with this person?
I did.
And does this basically, are they asked to sign the form at some point?
They are.
Does that acknowledge that they understand what their rights are as far as privacy and that they understand all of that sort of thing?
Yes.
When you went over this particular form with Letecia on January 29th, did she make that indication that she understood her HIPAA rights and signed that form with no problems?
Yes.
Are those fairly important rights that people should be made aware of when they're going in for hospital care?
Absolutely.
Can that sometimes be confusing for people?
It can.
Was there any confusion on this on the part of this person?
You can rephrase the question as to how she appeared.
Sure. Did she appear to have any confusion or problems with this particular form or understanding the gravity of signing a HIPAA form?
She did not appear to.
Do you remember how she signed that particular form? What name? It's okay.
On my medical release form, I believe she signed it Tisha.
Okay, perfect. Is there also a place on that form for the date?
Yes, there is.
Did she put the correct date on that form?
So that would have been myself filling that out.
Okay,
And then
all right.
reviewing it with her. So
Okay. The person that you were having contact with that had gone over this form with you and then signed it, is that person here in the courtroom?
yes,
Will you please identify her by where she is sitting and what she's wearing, please?
yes, she is sitting over there and she's wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
You're gesturing over to your right to defense counsel table?
Yes, I am.
And is it either of these two males or is it a female?
The female.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask that the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to make sure Mr. Cook was paying attention over here. When you're having interactions with Letecia at that time, was a detective around all the time?
No,
Was there often a lot of time when you were just one-on-one with her?
majority of the time I was one-on-one with her.
When you have contact with a person under these sorts of scenarios, do you tell them what an FNE is, a forensic nurse examiner?
I do.
Is it oftentimes foreign for people to understand what your job is and how you're going to potentially help them?
Yes,
Do you have to go through a lengthy explanation of what your role is?
I do.
What does that sound like when you go?
Yeah, so my spiel with a patient is I'm a forensic nurse examiner. I am a nurse that is specialized in caring for patients who have been exposed to violence. And kind of like I explained it before. So these include patients who have been exposed to domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse. I believe I left out elder abuse earlier, strangulation, human trafficking, kind of all of those types of things. I understand that you're here today because of whatever they're there for. So in this case, I understand that you were here because you were sexually assaulted. Is that right? So she confirmed that for me. And so then I go into a little bit further. Here are the different things that I can offer for you. Everything that I do is entirely up to my patient. They don't have to do anything, but it is something that we do offer.
So you're leading right into my next question, and that is, can a person that's in the hospital under these conditions say, you know what, I appreciate you giving me that spiel, I don't want to talk to you?
Absolutely.
Does that happen sometimes?
It does.
What did this person do, the Letecia, when you had contact with her?
She wanted to continue talking with me.
When you said that you asked them to verify the nature of the claim, did you do that with her?
I did.
What did she say happened?
Initially, I, just confirmed that she was sexually assaulted. She had reported to me that that her son was missing because he had been kidnapped by a construction worker that had come into the home and sexually assaulted her.
So the same person, according to her, both sexually assaulted her and kidnapped her 11-year-old stepson.
Correct.
Do you make an offer to people that are in the hospital under these conditions to perform some sort of a physical examination?
I do.
What's the purpose of this physical exam?
So the purpose of the physical exam, and I can kind of go into all of it, all of the different things that I talk about with them and her options. But the first part of that is to get a history from her as to what happened. So that better allows me to come up and establish my plan of care for medical diagnosis and treatment. The physical exam is next. So depending on what she told me happened, that helps me to figure out where I need to collect evidence. It helps me figure out what areas I need to focus on, in terms of where there could be potential injury, those types of things. And then the third part of that is also medications. So we offer different medications as well to prevent sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy prevention, and HIV.
Is this exam that you're describing, can it be fairly invasive and potentially shocking to somebody that's already gone through some traumatic event?
I would say it can be.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her then on that day, did she want to go forward with this process? At least express that early on.
She did, yes.
Is it typical for you to go over psychological and social history with a person?
Yes,
Did you do that with this person?
I did.
What information did you learn from her as far as psychological history?
So in terms of her psychosocial history, we obtain just a lot of information about the patient themselves, who they live with, who's, kids in the home, are there weapons in the home, drug and alcohol use, is there any domestic violence? All of these different things help to assess for risk factors so that we can figure out, are there additional safety concerns or additional resources that we can offer?
And are you just asking them for their own self-report of their psychosocial history?
Yes.
Do you ever have opportunity to look at other sources for that? Like, say, if somebody's seen a psychologist in the past, would you have access to that necessarily?
Not necessarily, no.
So most of the time, is it just self-report?
Yes.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her, report any sort of psychological history?
She reported a history of generalized anxiety disorder.
What does generalized anxiety disorder mean?
So I'm not a psychiatrist. So my understanding as a nurse, generally, so it's anxiety. So it's kind of that worry that would cross into your everyday life. So it's excessive worry, unrealistic worry that kind of takes over your everyday.
Does that rise to the level of a severe mental disease or defect?
Objection foundation outside of. Sustained, you'd have to lay further foundation for further expertise.
Well, Judge, I think that a layperson under statute, under these conditions, can give their opinion as to that information, which we will get to. I understand what you're saying, though.
Well, she can testify about how she appeared and whether she thought that there was a mental disease or something like that. The problem that you had was that you asked for the severe mental disease, and she said that she's not a psychologist. So I think there's some things that you can get, just not that particular question.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was just saying that the statute does allow that sort of lay opinion testimony. Did she also give you a description of any medication that she was prescribed as it relates to this generalized anxiety?
Yes, she reported that she took lorazepam or Ativan as needed.
In your experience, have you had contact with people that have that sort of generalized anxiety that are prescribed with lorazepam?
I believe I have.
Okay. I guess during this portion of your contact with Letecia at the hospital, were you also in contact with detectives from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was.
And did you also know that that Letecia was coming directly from the sheriff's office in that ambulance to the hospital for the SANE exam?
After she arrived, yes.
Okay. And this goes towards your interactions and why you're having these types of interactions with her going forward. Were you being told by somebody from El Paso County Sheriff's Office that there was a warrant coming to collect particular types of evidence?
I was.
Search warrant, I mean, not an arrest warrant.
Yes, correct.
What do you do with that information in mind? Is there anything?
Just knowing that that is going to be part of my plan of care for her.
Okay. At some point, roughly about 6:45 PM on January 20, or January 29th, did you describe for Letecia two different types of exams? A suspect exam, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. A suspect exam and a SANE exam.
I did.
What are the differences between a suspect exam and a SANE exam?
So the suspect exam is what he's talking about in regards to the search warrant. So with the search warrant, there are specific things that are ordered to be collected by a judge. So when I was talking earlier about the SANE exam, everything being voluntary, the suspect evidence collection, none of that is voluntary. All of those things are required and stated in the search warrant. In regards to the SANE exam, that is still something that is, or sexual assault exam, that is still something that is entirely up to her in regards to what she wants to do with that piece.
Did she appear to understand from her interactions with you that she understood, first of all, the difference between a suspect exam and a SANE exam?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she wanted to continue to move forward with this process?
Relevance on the site, people be Welch, has to approach.
Did they take a sidebar and I missed it? Oh, did I miss it? Kitten Cam. She's sleepy kitty. She's gonna get the zoomies probably pretty soon. Right. You always get the zoomies, don't you? You always get the zoomies. Dusk and dawn. They must have taken a sidebar. Poppy, I met my brother from another mother on Rumble. My sister from another mister on Dylan's chat during the Paltrow trial. Boy, was that something. Right. Well, I guess I'll turn on some background music. Should we turn on some background music? Till they come back? I bought 6 soundboards off of Amazon. And there's a glitch in one, or there's some glitch in every single one. Like the last one, the Bluetooth would be like, Bluetooth connected, Bluetooth disconnected. And then it's just a nightmare. I can't believe it's 77 degrees outside. Holy cow. It was like 30. Oh, they're coming back.
Thank you. So after you give this this description of there's 2 different types of exams that are potential in this particular case, and I think I already asked you this, but just to make sure, did she indicate that she still wanted to proceed forward, even though there were potentially 2 prongs going forward?
Yes.
Did she seem to understand to you that what those 2 different prongs were,
Yes, she did.
and verbalize to you that she still wanted to go forward?
Yes.
Is there a separate place in the hospital that you take somebody under these conditions to potentially collect this type of evidence from a person's body?
Yes.
Is that basically an evidence collection room?
That is our exam room.
Okay. Did you go over the idea with this person, Letecia, about collecting specimens from her body?
I did.
Does that include giving her an advisement of what that means?
Yes, as I do the evidence collection, I let her know, in this case, for example, the search warrant, what it says. So she specifically knows what I'm going to be collecting.
Okay. And is that something that a person would sign off on?
That is something that they can sign off on.
Did this person, Letecia, did she sign off on it?
She did.
At some point, did she indicate to you that her daughter may be in the waiting room?
She did.
What did she say about that?
She had told me that her daughter was in the waiting room and that she was a good source of support. And so that she wanted her present for when we did the scene exam portion.
Did Letecia then leave the exam room and go to wherever she's suggesting her daughter is?
She did. After the suspect evidence collection was completed off of the search warrant, she had gone to the waiting room, told me she was going to the waiting room to get her daughter.
And was the plan, at least the way you understood it, was that she would return and complete the SANE exam?
That is correct.
Did she return?
No, she did not.
What types of evidence did you collect with her? So we've now had the 2 different things sort of discussed. The evidence collection under the, from a suspect, basically. Did you collect some things from her at that time?
I did.
Tell the jury what that was.
So I collected buccal swabs, which are swabs of the inside of her cheek for her DNA. I also collected fingernail scrapings, so scrapings from underneath her fingernails. And I also, in addition on the search warrant, collected blood for her DNA, as well as a direct visualization of her head and of her hands with photo documentation.
We'll talk about that visual examination in just a moment. What do you do when you collect buckles?
So I take 2 cotton tip swabs. They look like Q-tips out of a pre-sealed package. and I swab the inside of both cheeks of my patient. After I do that, I put it in a drying rack that's labeled with buckle and time it.
And why do you do it that way?
That's my process, and that's the way that I always do it. So I make sure that I don't mess up or do anything that would hinder that.
Is it basically to just ensure that it's a viable collection of DNA, essentially?
Yes.
Once it's dried, what do you do with it?
Once it's dried, I will package it into an envelope and label it with what it is, with the patient's name, my initials, and the date and time that I collected it, and seal it with an evidence seal. It's red evidence tape, and then I will initial that tape as well to verify that I am the one that's doing the packaging.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 371? Ms. Van Ness, you recognize People's Exhibit 371?
I don't.
Do you see the evidence sticker on there?
I do.
Should have some sort of a description. Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yeah.
You recognize that now?
I do, yes.
Item appeared to be.
It appears to be 41-1, which is search warrant collection of Letecia, 8/4/1983, collected by state nurse.
Is that the buccal swabs that you collected from Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case, back on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
And is it typical that if you notice as you're holding it, that it's cooler than everything else in the room probably?
Yes,
Is it typical because it's a DNA sample that those are kept cold?
that is my understanding.
Does that, would you need to open that to verify that that's the buccal swabs that you collected, or do you trust it based on that lab?
I trust that that's right, but to say with 100% certainty, I would have to open it.
Okay. So there are some gloves there to your right, and there should be some scissors as well. In your arm, while she's opening that, once I move forward in admission, if this is admitted, because it does have to be kept cold, we would ask permission to then take it back to the freezer.
Do you have a preference on where this needs to be cut?
No, I don't have a preference, whatever is most convenient for you.
Okay.
The only issue I see is chain of custody because it's going to have a hole in it.
Yeah, so we can actually write a report about that with our investigator. That's who brought it up to me.
Okay.
So there, it looks like there's 3 different items inside of that bigger bag. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it looks like you're holding a whitish envelope sized item.
I am.
And what does that appear to be?
So this is the evidence collection kit that I collected. So in here, I would have put her buccal swabs as well as the fingernail scrapings.
Does it appear to be the actual buccal swabs that you collected back on January 29th, 2020?
I would have to open it again to tell
Okay.
you for sure.
All right, go ahead and open it.
Okay. Yes.
More envelopes.
More envelopes. So these are the envelopes that I was talking about that I put the cotton swabs into. So this one is labeled buccal swabs. And yes, this is what I collected.
These are the buccal swabs that you collected from this defendant back on January 29th, 2020.
Correct.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you collected them back in January 29th?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I've moved forward admission of People's Exhibit 371, and then with obviously the condition that I expressed just a moment ago.
Mr. Delaney,
No objection.
exhibit 371 will be admitted. Okay.
May I retrieve that exhibit, Your Honor,
Thank
and turn that back over to our investigator to put back in the.
And so that the record is clear, you have this designated as just post. It's also right.
Yes, that's good. It should be inside of that. Are there also the finger clippings, scrapings
That is correct.
from the same defendant that you collected the buckles on?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh, my mic is on. I thought I had muted it.
Yes.
Now I've got the song by Rihanna, Where Have You Been All My Life? I would sing, but I haven't warmed up my
It's
beautiful
like a
voice
Russian
yet.
nesting egg. You just kept pulling out envelopes.
I did.
Happy we finally have someone.
So
super
we
funny
talked
in the
earlier
chat.
about the defendant left after saying that she wanted to go see her daughter in the waiting room, and did she ever come back?
She did not.
During your interaction with her, do you ask her specific questions about what might have happened, when it happened, if there's any injuries that you need to look at, that kind of thing?
I do.
When did she indicate to you that this sexual assault purportedly happened?
She reported that it happened on January 27th between 2:45 and 4 in the afternoon
Did she say where it happened?
at her home.
Did she give you any indication as to a potential suspect as to that committed this sexual assault?
She did. She reported it was a construction worker named Eduardo.
It was a construction worker from the neighborhood that she lived in?
Yes.
Did she also describe some interaction of her stepson as she's being sexually assaulted to you,
She did.
as it relates to this person who is assaulting her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She reported that her stepson, while she was being sexually assaulted by Eduardo, had jumped on his back to try to get him off of her.
Do you ask questions, and I guess this might be pertaining to whether you're going to successfully find potentially DNA samples from a suspect and that kind of thing? Do you ask questions about any bodily fluid transfers, that kind of thing?
I do.
Did you ask this particular defendant those questions as well?
I did.
Such as, did the person that sexually assaulted ejaculate?
Yes.
Did she have any information for you on that?
She did not.
Did she specifically say, I don't think so, when asked if the assailant had ejaculated?
Yes, she did.
Do you also ask whether they've cleaned themselves? So if a sexual assault victim has come in, let me back up. Is it common for a sex assault victim to want to clean themselves right away after being sexually assaulted?
It is.
So do you ask questions about that when you're dealing with somebody that is reporting this type of activity to you?
I do.
Did you ask that of this defendant?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had bathed or showered since the assault occurred?
She said yes, she had.
What about, do you ask about clothing, if they've changed clothing since the assault?
I do.
What did she say about clothing?
That she had changed her clothing and had washed it.
When you were having interaction with her, obviously she indicated to you that she had bathed/showered. Did she appear to have bathed and showered?
No, she didn't.
Why do you say no, she didn't?
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy, so it did not appear to have been for her to have showered recently.
Oh, greasy hair, not good.
Okay.
Am I? Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you, do you get a little nervous when you testify? Or does the chair give you
Not at
trouble?
all. No, yes, I do.
Okay.
I get nervous sitting here in front of this
During your whole
camera, not
interaction with her,
knowing
was
who's
she able to
coming
make
through
eye
my,
contact with you and communicate regularly?
on the other
She was.
side.
She give
It
you
doesn't
any
say, it just says
indication
number of
that would
people,
cause you to think she wasn't
which
understanding
isn't a
what was happening?
lot, but
No, she did
you
not.
never know. At least I met my new brother.
Does she give you a long description of the alleged attack that she is saying that she suffered?
No, she did not.
Okay. Well, when you're going through the, let me pull this particular page up. The FNE history, do you remember writing that?
I do.
Do you put a longer quote of hers that's a direct quote because of quotation marks as to what she said specifically about this sex assault?
Yes,
Do you remember that specific longer quote as you sit there today?
I would have to look at it again.
Okay. To refresh your
To
memory?
refresh my memory or to be able to say specifically what that said.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And for the record, this is pagination 480053. Did that refresh your memory? And
Yes.
to get it word for word, would it be easiest for you to actually read the quote itself?
It would.
Go ahead and read that particular quote. And let me be clear, is this a quote that's coming directly from you to her and this is verbatim what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay, go ahead and read.
I asked specifically for the patient to tell me what happened to her and her body during the assault.
Okay. And what did she tell you in response to that?
So she said, so I don't know any other way to explain it. He was waiting in our home and sorry. Any other way to explain it? He was waiting in our home and he grabbed me. Well, it was leading up to all of that. He grabbed me and pushed me down in my son's room. I was kind of like fighting back because he wasn't much bigger than me, you know. Then at that point, he just started forcing himself on me and taking off my pants. He didn't never take off my shirt, but I was saying no. And I remember like a little bit of my back started hurting and my head was hitting the floor, the concrete. Then I could tell that he, you know, like I could tell
I'm
that I had to give
sorry.
in, just basically give up.
All right, let me retrieve that from you. As a result of that particular description, were you able then to do a physical exam of the defendant to see if there were any injuries, such as she said she was hitting her head on the concrete?
That was, yeah, it's part of the exam.
Did you in fact do that physical exam of this particular defendant?
I did, according to the search warrant.
Okay. Did you take photographs of that?
I did.
I put on there, or I handed you earlier, People's Exhibits 340 through 353. Can you go ahead and flip through those and let me know when you're done?
Poppy got mad at me again. Apparently I'm wiggling too much for her. Oh, no, she's back.
Did you have a chance to look through those?
Yes.
What are those photographs
Photos that I took.
of this defendant
Correct.
on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you were doing this physical exam of her on that date?
Yes.
All right, move for admission of 340 through 353 and permission to publish.
No objection. 340 through 353 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In Ms. Van Nest, there's obviously the two screens there. If it's easier for you as we're going through these, you can just look at the photos in front of you, or you can turn around and point things out on the actual exhibits on the screens too. Is that okay?
Yeah.
If you want to look at the screens, there's a pointer there in the witness stand somewhere. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 340. Is this how she looked on January 29th?
Yes, so this would have been my initial photograph. We do an initial photograph to say, yes, this is who we are taking photos of.
Are there any injuries apparent on this particular photo that would corroborate what she's saying happened to her 2 days prior?
No.
People's 341. Looks like just a left side profile.
That is correct.
Any apparent injuries on her at that time that would corroborate what she told you that happened 2 days prior?
No.
People's 342. Is this right side profile?
Yes.
Are there any apparent injuries on her right side profile that would corroborate what she told you happened 2 days prior?
No.
You know, with every
344?
lie is a smidge of
What-
truth.
Is this the back of the head essentially?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries that would corroborate soreness to the back of her head that she was reporting to you?
I did not.
Did you feel any lumps?
I did not.
Any bruising apparent?
No.
Any blood?
No.
In this particular photo, do you see any injuries that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
340, what number am I on? 44? 344, thank you. This top of head?
Yes.
Again, same questions. Any apparent injuries in this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
Any lumps or swellings or blood or bruising?
None that I noted.
Kitten is back.
345? It's a
Court's
close-up
almost
of that
done.
same
10 more
scalp?
minutes.
Is this a close-up
Sorry,
of this?
meeting's
Of the
scheduled.
same?
I'll
Okay.
mute.
And any injuries noted in the picture of her close-up of the scalp that would corroborate what she told you 2 days prior?
No.
346. Is it typical for you to take a look at their hands?
In this case, per the search warrant, yes.
Okay. As we're looking at, I assume these are Letecia's hands sitting on a table in front of her.
That is correct.
Were there any injuries apparent on the backs of her hands that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I had noted abrasions and a bruise to her hands.
Okay. Those are not necessarily, well, can you see any of those in this particular photograph?
I can see an abrasion on her left hand.
So point that out using that pointer. Is it sometimes, can it be difficult to determine age of an abrasion on somebody's skin like that?
Yes.
Can you tell whether something is more fresh or older, generally speaking?
It gets yes and no. It's hard for me. Everybody is so different in how they heal and how injuries present on somebody. So it's really hard for me to say how long an injury has been there.
Okay, let's go on to 347. This appears to be right hand with palm down on the desk, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you see any injuries on this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I see an injury on her pinky.
Okay, point that out. So sort of the inside along the edge of the nail,
That is correct.
348. What are we looking at in 348?
We are looking at a pinpoint abrasion.
What can cause a pinpoint abrasion like that?
So an abrasion is just essentially it's another word for a scrape. So just a superficial injury. So scraping it on a surface, even scratching, those types of things can cause that.
Okay. 349. I'm sorry, is that 349 that we have? Yeah, okay. Do you see any apparent injuries in People's 349?
I do.
Point that out for the jury and describe what we're looking at.
I also noted this to be an abrasion as well. And I believe she reported that her dog had bit her there.
Okay, so point that out and tell what finger and sort of general area of the finger.
Yes, so that would be her middle finger at the first knuckle. Second knuckle.
Middle finger of right hand,
Thank you, yes.
palm up. And then what about the dot on the finger pad of that same finger?
That wasn't an injury that I noted. If it was an injury, I would have noted it in my record.
Okay. And then what's our next number? 350. Thank you. So this now appears to be left hand.
That is correct.
Point out any injuries that you see in people's 350.
I see an abrasion in between her pinky and her ring finger. There.
On the knuckle area.
On the knuckle area on her left hand, palm down.
351. Is that just a close-up of that?
That is a close-up of the same spot.
352.
That is a close-up with our measurement tool that we use.
So we really documented that one very
did.
well.
We did.
353. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at another abrasion, also on the left hand. Here.
So
That,
at the base of the index finger below the knuckle, essentially.
thank you, yes.
So as we're looking through those photographs, the only potential injuries that you were able to note on this
It's muted.
defendant, were they only on her hands area?
That was the only area that was specified in the search warrant. I wasn't able to assess the rest of her body.
Okay. So, but as it relates to these photos, none on her head that would corroborate her head being hit on concrete.
That is correct.
And then the only other injuries are on hands, both front and back.
That is correct.
How many patients have you seen during your career as a forensic nurse examiner?
Roughly 600, around there.
Mr. Allen, could you
Yes.
find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes? or
Yes,
so, please?
absolutely, Judge.
This judge.
How many people have you had leave?
He's a real stickler about
before
closing
they
it up,
finished with
closing up
the
shop
SANE
at
exam?
5, their time.
Just a handful, not very many.
Have you worked with patients who were suffering from some sort of mental health issue that they could not give informed consent to undergo this invasive procedure?
I have.
How many times has that happened?
I would say a handful of times as well. I don't have a specific number.
Was there
No,
at
I
any
was
point
happy.
in your interaction with this
Oh, she
defendant
moved.
that you had any concerns about her mental condition, that she was unable to
There
understand
she
things?
is.
No, I did not.
I guess
Did
she's
she give you
backwards.
informed consent to undergo this exam that she then didn't participate in?
She did.
What happens if you are interacting with somebody that is so severely mentally diseased or defective that they can't give informed consent and they're potentially a danger to themselves or others? What would you do?
I would notify the emergency room physician.
Is there a procedure for that?
There is.
What is that called?
So the emergency room physician, if they were concerned, I would let them know about that and they could place the patient on it, what's called an M1 hold, to be evaluated by a mental health evaluator.
Meaning that if somebody was so diseased and defective that they're a danger to themselves or others, that they can't voluntarily leave.
Correct.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that in your interactions with her?
No.
What is your lay opinion as to whether Letecia Stauch on January 29th was sane?
Your Honor, I'm going to object under people being behemoth. This witness does not have the foundation to say whether or not he was.
I understand. I'm going to allow her to provide her testimony. I think she does have some expertise. She does have some ability to, or has had some ability regarding other patients. So I'm going to allow overrule.
What is your opinion as to her sanity?
I believe she was sane and consentable to my exam at the time that I saw her.
And this would have been 2 days after her stepson went missing and she was purportedly sexually assaulted.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
Do you have any training in forensic psychiatry?
I do not.
Did you try to do any type of mental examination on Ms. Stauch?
No, I did not.
Would you be competent as far as medical training to do any type of mental examination?
I am competent in terms of assessing them for consentability to doing my exam, or if there needs to be further involvement by a provider.
But you're not trained to diagnose mental health issues?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Yep. See, he's fast.
No, I don't think so.
1 minute.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step.
So what did we have, 11 witnesses today?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we
Isn't
are
it
going to have our
break for the day?
evening recess. Again, don't discuss a case among yourselves. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If we can have you all back where you
I can't even find my
normally
mouse.
meet in
I'm
the
having
morning,
rodent
so that we can
problems.
start at, we should be able to start right on time at 9 o'clock. And you'll need to leave yourself. Easy for me to say. You'll need to let yourselves out the door.
He's talking like
as
me.
Mr. Combs is not here.
He's
So
got marble
juror number
mouth.
10 in the front, if you want to lead the way out the door and just everybody else follow her.
I'll just wait
All rise for
until,
the jury, please.
see, I can't do my applause thing for my jury because soundboard number 6 is sitting there. Soundboard number 5 is over there. Gotta go back. So I usually just wait and see if there's any housekeeping business after court. Boy, we've had a lively rumble this afternoon. I don't know if it's Lindell. I'm just going to call you Jack.
Yes,
I met
please.
my brother from another mother over here on Rumble.
Thank you.
Lindell,
Record should
Jack.
reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Wanted to make
And I
a
sent Chrissy a
little further
tweet.
record regarding
I met her
the
brother.
objection that was made at the bench with respect to the defendant leaving the hospital before having the SANE examination done. And the testimony, as I heard it and as I understood it, is that in this case, the SANE examination was a voluntary process that came across very clearly that some people decide not to undergo it and some people go ahead and proceed with it. There was a claim, I suppose, that maybe she was supposed to have a SANE exam ordered. That did not come out through the testimony. What came out through the testimony was a 41-1 order requesting buccal swabs, blood, and fingernail scrapings. And I understand the argument was that her leaving before having something done pursuant to a warrant may comment on her, on the defendant's right to remain silent. First of all, the only warrant that has been discussed in any detail at all is the 41-1 order. Secondly, the defendant does not have a right to refuse that. As we all know, she could have been held down to have the 41-1 order executed. So I don't think it comments on her right to remain silent.
Look at her sitting here.
Because for a couple of
She tries
reasons.
to hide
Number
behind
one,
this monitor and
that
shrink into
order
the
is to be
wall.
executed whether it's with or without the defendant's
And then look at the
cooperation.
distance
And number
between her and
two,
her
as nearly as I can tell, it
defense
appears that it
team here.
was. So the testimony here is that the defendant left without having a SANE examination done, which by the testimony that I've
She
heard
hides under her hair and puts her
voluntary.
hand up to her face.
And I've not heard
Pretty
anything
much all
else
day.
regarding that. So I just wanted to make that further record. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Defense?
Your Honor, I want to make a further record on the lay witnesses offering opinion regarding sanity or insanity and the specific legal terms of mental defect with it. And I'm referring the court to People v. Medina. Does the statute allow it? It does. But there must be an adequate foundation laid by the specific witness before such opinion. And this is a quote from Medina, and that is 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974.
This
The
attorney
court
here,
said
he's
opinion
like
evidence
checked
from a
out
non-expert can be
in his
admissible.
hands.
Specific facts upon which the opinion is based must be first stated by the witness, and his testimony must show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. Such foundation is fair and reasonable requirement for a non-expert's opinion on the issue of sanity, competency, and stand trial. Your Honor, I think the lay witnesses can testify whether they observed anything unusual, whether they observed what they observed, but them giving an opinion about whether or not she suffered a mental disease or defect or was sane or insane, they have to have the proper foundation in order to be able to do so.
All right. Mr. Allen, do you have a response?
Your Honor, I think the statute's clear. I think what has happened so far, there's been some foundation laid with the witnesses, at least with the time that they spent with Ms. Stauch, and they can develop their opinions. And give opinions.
Yeah, I just think that, and what I have instructed the jury on more than one occasion is that a layperson or someone who even may be an expert but not classically trained psychologist or psychiatrist is not going to be able to give a DSM-4 or DSM-5 diagnosis, but they can give a lay opinion based on, this is what I saw, this is how she reacted, this is what she did, these were my perceptions. I didn't see any of those kinds of things. I do think that that's appropriate. And I've given the jury a limiting instruction regarding all of those, I think more than once, saying that they cannot give an opinion based on a DSM-4 diagnosis, but there's a difference between a DSM-4 diagnosis and what a layperson may be perceiving, but that doesn't discount the layperson's opinion about a defendant's mental state when they are observing the defendant and what those facts are based on. So you've made your record and I've made my ruling, and move on.
Move on. Ooh,
Go ahead.
feisty.
During the course of the trial, I think
He's
the
so
witness does it
feisty.
to make objection, I'll try to make it a shorter.
Okay. Okay. And if maybe I can work on a further limiting instruction or something like that. But it seems to me, I mean, I've already told the jury, I think the issue here is that we already know what it is between the psychiatrists, right? I mean, the law has a legal definition of what sanity is, and psychology and psychiatrists have a psychological definition of what insanity is, and those aren't necessarily the same thing. It's this, and as I see this, it's the same with a layperson that may have an opinion about whether someone is insane or is not insane. But that's not necessarily the same thing as the legal definition, nor is it the same thing as the psychological definition under a DSM-4.
And I understand what the court is saying, just to make the record. I think there was a difference between when I
come back tomorrow,
or when even Dakota Stauch testified, who have an ongoing long-term relationship with her, versus these witnesses who have, 30, 40, 50 action with her, then making the, I don't think under Medina, I think it's third, they do not have the foundation to be able to say sane or insane. I think they can comment on what they've observed, but as far as making an overall opinion, they're sane or insane, I think Medina is saying they do not have the foundation.
Okay. All right. And what does tomorrow look like?
We'll start out tomorrow morning with a witness that's going to probably take the balance of the morning. It'll be former Detective Jess Bethold, and then get into some crime scene stuff with an expert in the afternoon.
Okay. The impression that I get, I'm not trying to jinx anything.
Well,
but
I think I jinxed us by saying what I said earlier.
Well, I noticed that. But the impression that I get is that things are going perhaps faster than what you had anticipated. And you are making it through witnesses quickly. I understand that all of that may change once we get to the psychologists and those sorts of things. But are we Are we about where you thought you would be? Ahead, behind?
I think it's pretty clear that we are ahead of schedule.
Okay.
But as you noted, we will start to hit slower witnesses.
Right.
We still have some pretext phone calls that we are going to be playing with a couple of different witnesses. We have the defendant's interview, for instance. Initial interview is tomorrow. That's about 4, almost 5 hours of interview. We have another one with
Are you going to play the whole thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Find a reasonable breaking point for that. It sounds like probably we'll need to take a lunch break somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Just find a reasonable breaking point.
Yeah. Yep. So I think you're right, Judge, that we are going to hit a point where we're probably going to hear from less witnesses throughout a particular day. But I do think we're ahead of where we thought we would be.
Okay. The other thing that probably you need to be mindful of, especially since it came up with Mr. Young playing the video. When we get done with all of this, we need a clean laptop that works for everything.
Yep.
So just be mindful of that.
Yep.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then.
I'm typing a message to my new brother Indel on Rumble. Okay, so that's it, people. Stop. Boy, I'm getting good at this. Day 6. So we had 11 witnesses today. As I've mentioned, I don't know who's been here all day. I doubt any of you have been here all day. Even I can't sit here all day. It's a lot. But yeah, 11 witnesses. Some real interesting, again, the day started off crazy. The brother first witness, and within the first 2 minutes, he shouts at Letecia, "Why, Tisha? Why?" And the judge is like, I think it's time to let the jury go. I mean, the jury came in, sat down, guy got sworn in, and said he was her brother and shouted at her. Judge is like, wait, jury left. Couple minutes, judge talked, attorney talked to the witness, the brother, Dakota was his name. Jury back, couple minutes later, and proceeded. I took a snip of it. It's 1 minute, 4 seconds. I posted it on my Rumble channel. I also posted it on my YouTube channel. And in the process of snipping and cutting and posting and tweeting, whatever, I pretty much missed most of his testimony. So I got to go back and rewatch. Rewatching in like 1.5 times, 2 times speed for most people. I mean, it usually goes by pretty quick. To be honest, that's kind of what I did yesterday because I was in the garden the first part of the day because we finally have warm weather. So then there was some rental car agency pictures and testimony. And then let's see, we had a digital forensic guy that looked at her Apple iPhone 8 Plus. Then I can't read my writing. I made it so small my contacts are getting dirty. So anyway, this witness here was number 11 for the day. They shuffled through in, let's see, we started 8 hours, 18 minutes ago. They had a very long, almost 2-hour lunch, 1 hour, 45-minute lunch, couple 20-minute breaks. But so 6-ish hours. They've gone through 11 witnesses today. And most of the time, the defense attorney, 2 minutes. This last person, what was it, 1 minute, couple questions, sits back down. But again, she has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. So she has acknowledged what she did to Gannon. So now it's up to this jury to either deem her guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. It's wild. But I'm really happy with all of you Rumble people. YouTube, I don't know. I must be lost over there. Must be stuck in some unknown universe. But I thank you very much. I am going to go stretch myself from sitting. And thank you for joining me. Thank you for finding your long lost sister, Indel. And we'll see you tomorrow. Court starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, Mountain Time. So those on the East Coast, it starts at 11. This is kind of a late hour or a late trial. And I will link it up. The news stream, I usually do it bright and early in the morning, like 6-ish. So we'll see you then. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Now I got to find the end button. Okay, bye.